Hello, Evan. Also, by the way, Evan, congrats on beating Okumura. I know you were hesitant to go in there, but you know, glad you got through it. Did you ever change like the difficulty to Merciless to make it easier, or you just kept it wherever you were and just use just the DLC personas? Yeah, the normal. Okay. Yeah, I don't blame you. Do whatever you need to do to win. That's what I say. Do whatever you got to do. So, there's something that I got to say now. Just does no damage to those guys. Yeah, it does, and plus it's almighty damage, and nobody, at least none of the enemies I know of, have like a resistance against it or anything. So that's the good thing about it. But so one thing that I have to tell you is that right after last time I was streaming Persona, and you know how we literally went like over 4 hours trying to beat that boss, and it was just, you know, depressing every single time I lost, and I was just like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna just leave. Well, the truth is, right after I got off stream, I lowered the difficulty down to easy and beat him. Yep, I did, because I wanted to beat him so goddamn bad that I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just lower the difficulty and beat him. I did want to do it on stream, but at the time I was just out of it. So I was just like, man, let me just get this over with. So, but the good thing is I actually recorded it, because I did want it to archive it for, you know, not only for like, you know, just, you know, on stream and all that stuff, but I just wanted to make sure that it was just, you know, it was like, you know, something that I at least had and I can just show off to y'all. So I'm gonna pull it up real quick, and I'm gonna just show you what, you know, I guess like the first ending that I got is. So let me just pull up the video real quick. Actually, before I switch, actually, let me see. Is this okay? Yeah, it's good. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna switch over to, and actually, let me actually make sure. Let me pause this real quick. Let me see, cause I don't want to be like too low. I think right here should be fine. So this was literally, I started to record right after I like literally right after I ended stream. I started recording right up to where I thought I would kill him. So right up to where I thought I would beat him, I started to record. And I still have my mic on, so you can, you know, hear me like interject here and there. So we're just gonna, you know, just have this. So that way, you know, it's just like up everywhere. You know, I can complete the playthrough and you'll be able to see what happened. Okay, so I decided to do this literally right after I got off stream, and I made a few changes to this boss fight right now. So, yeah, some of the things that I changed, well, you know, I switched up the order of the people that I switched into, and yeah, I also I put it down to easy mode. So, yeah, I really just want to get past this. So, yeah, so yeah, here we go. So, all right, what do I want to do? And yeah, so like I said, I literally just put it down to easy, and also switched the order of people that I brought into, like the very beginning. So yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna switch over to you, and do this. Also, and by the way, right here, I did that at first because I had already charged up. I already charged up, so that way that did, like, you know, double the damage. So I did a charge right before this, so that way the next physical attack that I did double the damage, which is why I did, you know, that much damage. And plus it's down on easy, so they take more damage anyway. So yeah, and plus, you know, it's easy not getting over me, so he's gonna do damage anyway. So, you know, I already had charged that up, and now this is just where it all ends. So I just start attacking with everybody. And right here, I didn't even care about the fact that, you know, I'm about to be like reflected with damage. This attack looks so cool, by the way. It does. That attack does look cool. Like meteors flying down. So yeah, right now I just, you know, attack with everybody and all that. You know, you know what? Whatever. I'm literally just gonna go all out. I don't really care. I'm not gonna lie. At one point, I thought maybe I was not going to be able to kill again. Get reflected, but I do not care. Because once it got to this turn, which is the last turn that you have. I looked on somebody's YouTube video to see how exactly this whole thing looks, and it doesn't look like, it's not like the traditional boss fight death. I didn't see like the end scene, but I saw how it could end. Exactly. So I saw how the fight, like, literally right at the point where the flash happens after you kill the boss, but I didn't see like what happens directly after that. Because I just wanted to see if you kill him in like the traditional way or not. So yeah, at this point I didn't see what the ending of like what after this it looked like. I hope we'll be able to see it right here. And right then, literally, I was like, please tell me we're not gonna be able to kill him right here. Not yet. Okay, hold on. And oh, that thing's resistant to lightning? What the hell? Yeah, see that right there? I didn't know the sword was actually resistant to lightning. Which, by the way, I shouldn't even like attack with lightning with him. But, you know, because the one thing about both Ryuji and Yusuke, they both suck with magic. They both suck with magic. Like, that's why they have their physical skills, because they're really good at physical damage. So I should have just done physical all the way through, because I could have beat him on hard, but I was just like, fuck it. I just want to get past this. So yeah, that's one thing that I didn't really keep in mind that whole time, is that, you know, with Yusuke and Ryuji specifically, they're best with physical damage. But yeah. But that sword was resistant against you know, physical anyway, so it really didn't matter. Skull would definitely die. But I feel like that wouldn't really matter since we would already, you know, kill him already. So you know what? F it. And as you can see, he did actually die. And this. And here we go. And so all this was new to me.
Did we do it? No, not yet.
Oh my god, what?
My control shall not bow down to ruin. My control is the ultimate truth of this world.
Nigga, would you just die? I really just wanted him to die. Wow.
He's strong.
If you're really a god, you should be guiding humans to your ideals. You're destroying them because you can't.
Actually, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Because I think the... Let me see something.
Do that, aren't you? So that you can flaunt your own existence.
Oh, no, never mind.
Let him
Okay.
know.
Observing us. You had to because the reaction of the masses worried you.
That sounds about right. I don't know how long you lived, but you're the perfect example of a pain in the ass old man.
Get him.
You find people like that everywhere.
What drivel?
What is this?
Damn it! I can't see anything.
Do you want to erase us from this world that much? Guys!
Since you've been forsaken by the world, there is nowhere that you can belong.
Oh my god.
We can't lose.
Somebody, please. Oh my god. He really wanted to kill us.
Strength.
I can't go on. Is this it?
Not even one sliver of unpredictability can be permitted under my control.
Guess it was impossible in the end. It was fun while it lasted, though.
Wait, what's those voices?
It's against a god, after all.
Do you hear the voices of the
It's the people?
They mock you for revolting against a god. Humans are not but clumps of desire. Logic dictates that a world filled with them will decline. The sin of rebelling against a god is severe. As punishment, you shall taste pain everlasting.
Not letting that happen.
Morgana.
Created from the dregs of human hope. It is impossible for a petty.
While it is true that he is kind of messed up, you have to think though, this was a god born of human desires. So he's bound to be just innately messed up in the first place.
Existence like you to overrule my precedent.
Human hope is a desire too. You better not underestimate it. The Phantom Thieves will yield to no one, no matter who they are. Even if only one of us remains, we'll get back up and fight to the very end. And we'll definitely take the world!
You let him know.
Someone...
I didn't know what could possibly happen here. I was like, what is going to happen?
What's going on? Do something, damn it! Aren't you the police? Please, you have to calm down. Sir, what's going on here?
The number you are trying to call is not reachable.
It's no use. Huh?
They can hear him.
What's this again?
The Phantom Thieves?
Weren't the Phantom Thieves those...
They haven't given up yet.
Can they even do anything about a situation like this?
No, it's impossible. There's no way. Those Phantom Thieves. Get them! Take them down!
And then this is when I realized
Why?
them
Why
believing in
have
us
you
again.
got them?
Oh, I think I know what's
What
gonna happen.
inspired me
Yeah, see,
too.
this is when I realized was probably gonna
Probably
happen.
haven't been thinking straight for a while now. It's about time we snap out of it. Running away from things won't help. Phantom.
And I'm pretty sure I'm about to say it in a moment, but I was literally thinking right here, this is literally like when Hercule asked everybody on Earth for energy for the spirit bomb to take down Boo. I'm pretty sure I'm about to say it right here, but that's what it reminded me of.
Thieves!
This is like when Hercule called out to everybody on Earth for energy for the spirit bomb. See? I told you.
Are you someone who's been
Hey, Soldier O!
I sure am. Is the same true for you too?
pretty much? Looks like it's not just us, though.
I'm not letting you lose after getting
Hey,
this
my
far.
girl!
You better finish what you've started.
You all are true.
My boy!
Revolution right now. Go!
That's you guys' fault. I don't know when to quit either. Get back up. Don't lose to that thing.
No matter what anyone says, I believe in you guys! Go for it, Phantom Thieves!
I'm counting on you, everyone. I will believe in you to the very end.
Oh my god, this is so beautiful! It was.
You hear that? Those are the voices of the humans you made fun of. No one wants you to rule over them. Isn't that right?
a word like they're looking down on us.
But they're cheering for us. Doesn't feel bad.
They don't have to tell us twice.
We won't let ourselves be erased! We're going all out, damn it! I've made up my mind. I will see my justice through for the sake of protecting what I care about. Morgana. The same goes for you guys, too. If you've decided to take the world from him, don't compromise your ideals to the very end. Let's defeat him together!
Hey, God! Foolish humans are praying down there! They're praying there's no place for someone like you in this world!
Give that evil god his final warning!
Let's go. This part right here is so dope, by the way. Haha, this is so cool. Like, not just this. By the way, I couldn't think of saying it at the time, but this literally reminds me in Mob Psycho when he literally goes 100%. That's what this whole thing reminds me of. But watch this part right here. This part right here is gas. Oh! Oh my god!
So you have failed to harness the power. No matter how many prayers of those foolish masses come together.
Watch this.
What the?
Yeah! What's up now? What's up now? What's good? That is so cool.
That's... Man, it's huge!
What an immense power! No way. Is it a persona?
I don't believe what I'm seeing. What is that? Is that the Phantom Thieves doing too? That's totally amazing. Keep it up, Phantom Thieves!
That's so cool how it healed everybody. Oh!
They're insanely strong. They're not just Phantom Thieves anymore. That's like some super demon lord. So awesome.
I see. If a god plays naughty, then it's a demon lord's duty to punish him. What better way is there for a finale as a trickster? Joker, we're entrusting our strength and the people's hopes to you. Put an end to this.
You got it. I was so into it.
Pillage him! Satanael!
Oh my god, I wish I could have done this on stream, but hey, we here now. Literally just sinful shell. A bullet made from the 7 deadly sins can pierce even a god. Well, let's go. Oh, I pulled out the gun on him. Yes. Oh!
Be gone.
Preposterous. You dare wrong the people's wishes.
right through the dome piece. That was like literally one of the greatest scenes I've ever seen in a game ever. Like, look at that. Straight through his face.
What power? It surpasses mine own. A god born from the wish of the masses. So this is the true trickster.
Exactly, like I said, I at least wanted to have it on camera.
It seems he wasn't spouting nonsense.
Now, I won't lie, the part that's coming up next actually did get me a little bit sad. But you'll see in a second. Right now, it's about to come up, I believe it's more confusion. But then, a little bit after, it becomes a little bit sad.
Ain't that a treasure? Right, Mona?
Thanks for everything, gang. Mona-chan? Mona? Humans have the power to change the world. They just forgot about that a bit.
Hey.
Mona?
Thanks to you guys, I was able to complete my duty.
Everything was thanks to you. Wasn't it, Morgana?
I got to be useful for humans that I admired so much. Nothing could make me happier. This place will soon disappear, too. Time to go home.
So bright.
The hell?
This is where I was confused.
What is this?
Like, literally everybody was frozen. I was like, what the hell
Why
is
is
going on?
everyone frozen?
Ooh, anime cutscene. And then the anime cutscene.
So beautiful. Yeah. Why is everything... The whole world is a product of cognition. Not just the metaverse. It can be freely remade. The same goes for you and everyone else.
Dude, Mona!
This can't be happening!
Whoa.
Soon a new world will come. One where mankind isn't held captive. The world will shine brightly as long as you hold hope in your hearts.
And this is where I was sad. Looking back on this now, I'm so sad.
Remember, there's no such thing as the real world. What each person sees and feels, those are what shape reality. This is what gives the world infinite potential. Even if you feel that only darkness lies ahead, as long as you hold hands together, see it through as one, the world will never end. The world exists within all of you.
We're back.
Morgana. Nev. It's gone. Mementos must have disappeared too. We can't see Mona anymore, can we? Yeah.
What are y'all so gloomy for? Mona would laugh at us for it.
That reminds me. What about the public? Were we able to change their hearts?
I'm gonna be late for my date!
All alone on Christmas, huh?
It's kinda hard to tell.
Aren't we going into the new year without a prime minister? Will this country be alright?
But there's no way we're getting Shido. There are tons of shady rumors about him, you know?
I wonder how things will go. I hope they go well. Let's believe in the adults. Sis promised us, after all.
From here on out, it's the prosecutor's job, huh?
If we can't enter the metaverse, that means we've been relieved of being phantom thieves.
It feels a bit sad. It's chilly. It's snowing.
No wonder it's cold.
Is this what they call a white Christmas? It's still Christmas Eve. Christmas. I completely forgot about it. Anyhow, we'll have to see what happens for now. We should probably break for today. Let's meet at LeBlanc tomorrow and have a final meeting on the situation.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey! It'll be Christmas, so why don't we do a last celebration party?
I like the sound of that. There better not be anyone that's got plans already.
It's settled then.
Make sure you persuade Boss to let us reserve the store for the party. We're counting on you. Well then, see you all again tomorrow.
I'm worried about Sojiro, so I'm gonna head home. We should go home too.
Now here comes the next major part. Now in hindsight, I probably should have kept this this specific save, but I didn't. In hindsight, I probably should have, but honestly, in between that save, like that date and that save, it's not that much. So whenever I go through for like my second playthrough, it's like really not that big of a deal. Because there's like no reason to have that last save like in the last slot. There's really no reason to have it. But anyway, here comes the next major part.
Can I talk to you for a minute? First off, thank you for taking my request. With your actions, I can only hope that public opinion changes. It will change, won't it? I believe so too. Shido confessed to a variety of crimes. We can arrest him on those charges. The problem lies in proving him guilty. It'd be difficult unless the correlation between the metaverse and the mental shutdowns is made. Akechi, who perpetrated those crimes, has gone missing. You're the only ones left who can testify. I'll be blunt. I want you to turn yourself in to the police.
And this is where it gets serious.
Your testimony will be necessary in order to prove Shido guilty. However, that will mean placing you on center stage. You'll be treated as a hero who saved this country, but there's no way that the police or the public prosecutors will let that slide. They'll lose face to you and the Phantom Thieves. If that happens, there's no telling what they'll do to you or your teammates. There's even the possibility that they'll fabricate a crime and move to arrest you all. If you turn yourself into the police, you'll definitely be arrested. And there's your past record. The police and prosecution will strike there. They'll treat your arrest as grave misconduct and revoke your probation. You'll most likely be sent to juvenile hall and placed in solitary confinement. They'll be content as long as they get a testimony without the Phantom Thieves being hailed as heroes. That should guarantee the safety of your teammates. Or rather, I'll make sure it's guaranteed. I'll close all the cases surrounding Shido. I intend to expose them all. It's to prevent society from becoming distorted again. That's what you want too, isn't it?
We succeeded in changing not only Shido's heart, but that of the general public as well. The cognitive metaverse has disappeared too, along with the malevolent god. However, it sounds like my testimony is necessary for them to find Shido guilty. But there's no knowing what the police would do. They'd never let a Phantom Thief be the hero. Having said that, my testimony would at least keep my teammates safe. They know I was acting out of line while under probation though. This might be the only way to ensure all our efforts don't go to waste.
This is almost like a final deal between the two of us. I'll ask you once more. I'd like for you to turn yourself into the police, of your own accord. Thank you. I had a feeling you'd say that. Leave the rest to us. All right, let's go.
And I was thinking like, dang, that's how it goes. Sojiro.
Hmm? Goodbye.
It's the same every year. So much for business.
Nobody's gonna come to this rundown cafe. Dude, Christmas?
Guess I'll close early then. Not that I have the money to go out anywhere.
Then we should have a party here! Come on, Sojiro, I want a turkey!
Didn't you hear me? I don't have the cash. Shido's goddamn henchmen. They really had to come in here and wreck my business. I should send him a bill. Anyway, if you're here, I take it you're spending this Christmas alone?
Huh? That's news to me.
She sold you out.
Hey, Sojiro! Turkey!
Look, I can't spend what I don't have.
Aww.
I can't believe I've got a kid worrying about my financial situation. Hey, Futaba, go buy some candy or something. We'll have that party after all.
Woohoo! I'm getting me some turkey.
No way that's gonna be enough. Oh well. Futaba's like a totally different person now. I think she'll be alright. Hey, how have you been doing?
I could use some loving is a very,
Talking about.
very funny response.
Phantom thieves are the talk of the town. What are you gonna do? Did Nijima say anything to you?
If that happens, there's no telling what they'll do to you or your teammates. There's even the possibility that they'll fabricate a
And this is where I felt bad because it's like me having to turn myself in, you know, though we keep everybody safe, it would make them also sad.
Look, I know I'm on the outside, looking in on this whole situation, but we've got to be able to rely on each other when the going gets tough. The world has a lot of opinions about you guys, but I don't think you were in the wrong. Honestly, I've got to thank you. Not like this is really returning the favor, but I'll keep you safe till March rolls around. It feels kind of weird actually wanting to act as your guardian. Well, you don't have to say anything you don't want to, but remember, I'm on your side. That's all I've got to say.
I'm back!
Hey, welcome home. Did you get a turkey?
Like I could buy one with that pocket change you gave me, cheapo Sojiro.
Sorry. Come on, let's order out.
For real? Yay! see some poor fool in a Santa costume delivering it.
That's not very nice. Anyway, let's us loners have a bit of fun, huh? Sorry then, non-loners don't get to eat. You kids never shut up, do you?
Same goes for you, Sojiro.
The Public Prosecutor's Office finally decided today to break its long-standing silence. It seems there was consensus to try Representative Shido for the countless crimes.
And this is where you're about to.
Furthermore, many demands have been made for Representative.
Everybody's about to
Shido
find out that I turned
in
myself in.
position. Nationwide protests have begun in support of holding new elections, and an internet proposal has.
I'm surprised so much changed in just one night. It's pretty impressive. But the kids.
Merry Christmas! Huh? Why do you look so down? What are you crying about, Futaba? You guys get in a fight or something?
Hey, Ryuji.
What's up with this gloomy vibe? Where's our guy?
Mako-chan, what's wrong?
It's okay. I'll explain.
What the hell?
I don't comprehend. The hero who saved this nation is now living in juvenile hall?
It's just how the system works. Don't let it get to you.
I did my best to discuss the options, but nothing I said could change the outcome.
Damn it! This can't be happening!
Are we supposed to just agree to this? I can't do that! Me neither.
I must object as well.
Wanting to interrogate him makes sense, but the measures following were questionable at best.
All that crap about his record and probation was bullshit! He didn't do any of that!
Won't everything just cancel out if Shido tells the whole truth? That won't be enough. Remember what my sister said before? In order to overturn a sentence, you need definitive evidence that proves the subject's innocence.
Evidence? How are we gonna find anything like that? I mean, the police were in on all that crap too. So any proof they got's probably been destroyed.
Futaba, is there any way you can use your computer to find information?
I'll do what I can, but don't put too much faith in it. It's not some kind of almighty device. The metaverse doesn't exist anymore either. I wonder what Mona-chan would say if he were here right now.
He'd likely laugh and tell us how foolish.
This is definitely when I wonder, like, what's really gonna happen from now?
Would say it in that high and mighty tone of his.
That guy was real annoying. Now that he's gone, it feels... You know, guess we really did count on him a lot.
The hope of humanity.
I wish I could do something to help our leader.
Hey! Morgana'd be ashamed of us sitting around here moping like this. Honestly, I don't know what we should do. But if we give up, we'll never save him. Didn't he save all of you? If we aren't gonna act now, when will we? We gotta do something!
Yeah, now's not the time to be hanging our heads.
What can we do without using the metaverse?
Maybe we'll be able to find something if we search around. Let's just calm down and think about it. We've escaped death countless times before. There's no doubt we can do this. That's right. Let's go!
We're gonna save our leader, no matter what it takes!
We will now begin the interrogation. You acted as the leader of the Phantom Thieves that undermined our society. Is that correct?
Like I said, no, we saved society. Yeah, I did.
What you thought you were doing doesn't matter now. Moving on. As leader of the Phantom Thieves, you committed a number
I also thought this part right here would be like another set of questions that might change the outcome of the game, but it wasn't.
Destruction of property? And the broadcast signal intrusion the other day was in violation of the radio law. There are some other infractions as well. On top of all that, you have a past history of crime, correct? Your transport to Juvenile Hall has been decided. We will transfer you in the coming days.
Then we got some time skips. All the way to the end of the month. That was one hell of a fast forward. See? As I pointed out, I was like, that was one hell of a fast forward.
Just look at them all party down there. They don't even know. Guess that's fine.
I wish he could be here with us.
That said, we have our cellular phones, yes? Was there truly a need to meet?
Our next move's important. We gotta get pumped.
Besides, don't you think it's nice talking in person?
I thought because I thought they were showing this cutscene because like something major was about to happen. Like they were about to do something like off the wall.
New Year's Eve. It seems rowdier this year, doesn't it? We'll need to brace ourselves.
I'm going to try contacting my father's associates.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like we're set. We must succeed, no matter the cost.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
What are they planning on doing? See? I had no idea.
Really? Now that we know the name, all we need is an address. You're right. We'll succeed if we all do it together. Sis has yet to say anything, but I believe she's looking into possible actions as well. As for me, I will look into every viable solution. Thanks. Make sure you give my regards to Shiho-san. Oh, could we try getting their help as well? I'm sure they would gladly cooperate. That would be a great help. I'll leave that to you. We'll talk again tomorrow. Let's save him. No matter what.
I'll announce his name as the key figure in the completion of the medicine at the next conference. I've heard that Miwa-chan's progress is going well.
Indeed, that's true.
And this is when I figured out that they're all
I'm certain that this will help
gathering
prove his good
people
character in the trials.
to
I want
like
to
speak
increase
on
his
my
chances of
innocence.
being found innocent as much as possible.
I see. So that's why.
You'll cooperate too, right?
A certain young man is faced with a dilemma due to the unjust oppression by the government. He is suffering from a crime he did not commit. He is a promising young man who will support this country's future. What justice is there in a country without it being able to save such an individual? This cannot be allowed.
Whoa.
Magnificent.
But you're confined in reality now, even after you escape the prison within your heart. What an ironic turn of events because you wished for the fortune of others over your own well-being. Still, it will do. You chose the correct path with your own volition. You did not compromise your beliefs for personal gain to the very end. The last arcana you have taken hold of is the world. It is the willpower to stand up in this world on your own feet, swayed by none. That will become the basis of hope toward a future with your teammates who share the same belief. Now that you've gained that power, you are no longer an existence that wanders alone.
My own duties end here as well. You were truly a remarkable guest.
That was kind of sad here too. And then practically 2 weeks later.
Long time no see. I have two great pieces of news for you today. First, we finally managed to prosecute Masayo Shishido. He'll likely be found guilty. I'm grateful
Nice.
for your cooperation with the trial. Your testimony proved to be very useful. To be frank, it seemed almost hopeless at one point. But thanks to the civil protests, some of the more indecisive prosecutors came to our side. It will likely be some more time until the hearing begins, but this is the first step to true change. The only charges right now are for breaking election laws, breaking funding control laws, and bribery. I knew that proving the metaverse's existence would be difficult, but I still find myself dissatisfied. Shido did admit to all of his crimes, though, including everything you know about. Now for the other piece of good news. As of today, you'll be free to go. That's right. Shido's confession brought light to the truth of your case. We were able to prove your innocence in the original assault charge that led to your arrest. Your sentence will no doubt be rescinded. You're a free man. The others did everything they could for you. Bringing in the woman who was the victim in your case as a witness was the turning point. And that wasn't all. An unbelievable amount of support has come in from various other places as well. To think.
And that's when I realized that's what everybody else was doing. They were not only gathering the people around who I helped, you know, like Takumi and Yoshiro to help me out with proving my innocence, but they also got in contact with the woman who Shido attacked like a year ago that made me get sent here in the first place. And she testified against him. And yeah, that helped me get out.
They'd be able to track down someone involved in a case from well over a year ago. Regardless, the righteous phantom thieves are gone. All that remains is for us adults to lead society in the right direction. Then again, I have to wonder if you believe what I say. Thank you. Still, I'm glad I was able to save you in court. I've never felt so happy in my entire life. I'm not quite sure how to put it, but saving your future meant more to me than my own career. I feel like you even taught me how to live.
You know, Evan, I was thinking the exact same thing at this part. I was like, dang. Like, this is something that literally happens every single day in real life. You know, people being brought up on false charges and just, you know, like, you know, their lives are taken away. So, yeah.
That's not true. By the way, there's something that's been on my mind. What did the treasure of my world turn out to be? And that's perfectly fine. This isn't an investigation after all. I suppose it doesn't matter now one way or the other. There is one more thing. I haven't even told Makoto about this, but I realized something after meeting all of you. My most prized treasure is the justice I use to protect those important to me. Makoto helped show me that as well. Once the Shido case is settled, I'm thinking of quitting my job and becoming a defense lawyer. I wanted to reform the system, but I'll have to leave that to someone else. Going forward, I want to enact justice not for myself, but for the sake of others. Well then, I need to go submit the paperwork for your release. Oh, that reminds me. May I ask you one final thing? According to your testimony, you could have stopped after taking Kamoshida down, couldn't you? Why did you continue acting as the Phantom Thieves? Perhaps I'm thinking too much into this, but A thief who justly stole the hearts of others, and a criminal who controlled them for his own gain. It seems your destiny has been tied to Shido's for some time, and now it's finally settled. Doesn't this seem a little too perfect? It's almost as though someone planned it all. Could it be that this was your goal from the very beginning?
I also didn't mean to skip that that little section of dialogue, but it's whatever.
A game. That's quite a fitting response for you. You know, this job has shown me my fair share of criminals and convicts. But if young people like you exist in this world, maybe things aren't as hopeless as they seem.
Yeah, that's true, Evan.
I'm sorry for rambling. I shouldn't keep that man waiting for too long. Thank you again for everything you've done. See you later.
Shido definitely was a catch his
Anime
dad.
cutscene.
Anime cutscene.
We a free man.
Hey, you kept me waiting. Jeez. To be honest, I didn't
Look at my
really want
boy.
to come, but Futaba just wouldn't stop bugging me. Anyway, you're a free man now, aren't you? It'd look bad on me if you did something again under my watch. All right, let's go home. It's cold, so get in quick. It's not moving at all.
Due to the railway incident this morning, widespread delays have impacted the various lines and...
Another accident, huh?
Well, doesn't this look similar?
Reminds me of that day back in April. Remember when we went to introduce you at the school?
Exactly.
It's almost been a whole year since then. Thinking back, I was pretty awful to you. Throwing you in that storage room all by yourself. And again, soon you're gonna be. Made some great friends here. You better thank them when we get back, all right?
Hey there!
Woohoo! Namaste!
Whoa!
You did it!
It has been a while.
Not bad. You look fine. I'm glad you seem well. Come sit over here.
I gotta head out and grab some groceries. I'm sure you guys have plenty to talk about.
Man, it went well, yeah?
I'm so glad we didn't give up.
This was certainly worth the effort.
We didn't know what to do once you were gone. But then we realized something. Even if we don't have the metaverse or any other special powers, we can still change reality.
We were running around everywhere we could since the new year. It must have been over a month.
Not just us. Everyone who believed in you joined us. Thanks to that, we've got our leader back.
What are you talking about? You're the one who took the hit for us.
They treated you fine, right? Actually, did you lose some weight?
It would be understandable. I've heard the food in prison is quite foul. So, what did you eat?
Was it bugs? Fermented mackerel? Or maybe durian? You're missing the point.
It is, but it all fits together.
Soon enough, though. Boss is out getting stuff for our party right now. Come on, everyone's back together. It's time to celebrate.
Everyone. Well, not quite everyone.
Right. Morgana.
And now,
He may have been the key person on this whole mission. We even considered what he would do when we were about to give up.
Mona totally would have done something, right? That cat would never quit on you.
He was always there to pull us forward.
Morgana truly was the engine of the Phantom Thieves.
He was a car after all.
I want to see Mona again.
Huh? That was quick, boss.
Someone call for me?
Hey, yo!
Mona?
What are you doing here?
I did not expect that.
I mean, didn't you disappear?
Looks like the only me that disappeared was the one in the metaverse.
Look at his design, it's different.
So, you stayed in reality as a cat?
When I woke up, I was
I like that design for, you know, that they made for him as a cat. It's nice.
out in Shibuya looking like this.
That don't make any sense, though. I mean, if you were alive, you should have come back right away.
It was right after I had said goodbye. It would have been awkward to come back so soon.
It seems he finally learned how to be tactful.
He's grown. I knew you guys had found your witness, so I was just waiting for him to get discharged. Well done on that, seriously. You pulled it off even without my help.
You've already returned to your normal, conceited self?
I'm sorry I worried you all. Oh, can I borrow the shower before you all rush to hug me? I was stray for so long, I think I might smell.
This ain't the time for a shower, you stupid cat!
Give us our tears back!
You are unforgivable.
Stop it! Talk about a harsh welcome.
This is how it should be.
Matters are finally back to normal.
Right.
It's great that you're back and all, but what are you gonna do now?
Huh? Well, I've been thinking.
About what?
And right now, there's gonna be another piece of information that's gonna come out that's gonna make people a little sad.
I might have learned that I'm not a human now, but that doesn't mean I can't turn into one. Plus, I think there's a reason I survived like this.
Regardless, I'm glad to see you're safe.
Now, this is just a guess. But I think I'm still here because you all remained cognitive of me, even after the world's distortions disappeared. You kept me in your minds. That means you guys think there's a place for me in the real world.
Of course! This is where you belong, Mona!
She's correct.
Oh, yeah. Sorry for butting in and all. But we heard from Boss. You're going back home next month?
Yep.
Can't you stay here? Sure, we proved you're not guilty, but people are still gonna label you there, aren't they? Ain't it just gonna be uncomfortable going back?
What's the matter? We were all so excited a moment ago. How about this? If our leader is leaving, the Phantom Thieves are truly disbanding, correct? Today, we can celebrate his release and commemorate the day of our disbandment. What kind of commemoration is that?
I was serious when I said it.
It sounds like a good idea to me.
I guess you're right. We just gotta double our excitement for today.
Ahem. I know this is sudden, but I've decided to go with him.
Hell yeah.
He's pretty special after all. If I stay by him, I might be able to figure out how I can become human too. Plus, we need someone there in case he turns back into a delinquent. Leave it to me. Either way, I want you guys to add my farewell party to the one we're having tonight.
I don't know. Is that important?
You're not leaving for another month, right?
It is far too early for a farewell party.
That'll just muddy the purpose of this celebration.
Then it could be my comeback party. Nobody can complain about that, right? I demand sushi! Sushi!
Man, you guys are loud. I could hear you from outside. Oh, I was wondering why I heard meowing. The cat's back.
It's February 13th.
Chief, they're so mean!
Noisy as always.
Hey, I'm not some normal cat!
I can't understand what you're saying to me, you know. Here.
No, I would rather have sushi than something like... Hmm? This is delicious!
What an assertive little guy. I wonder where he got that from.
If Morgana becomes human, you may end up just like him.
Oh, I can see that. Totally possible. Me be like him? Well, that wouldn't be so bad.
I definitely don't want to be like Ryuji, though.
What was that?
It's things like that. You get angry so fast. Oh, and you're vulgar.
You little... Why don't you go disappear again?
Shut up! We're supposed to be celebrating, not fighting. They're at it again.
The world's changed, but you guys are the same as ever.
Seriously, that weirdo Inari.
Who are you calling a weirdo?
Dang, why did he catch a stray?
In any case, we're all
Right?
here.
That's what I was thinking at that point. I was like, dang, everybody just catching strays. Hey, what's up, Stilo?
Sojiro, I want sushi!
Right. Today's Valentine's Day. No wonder there were so many guys bringing girls in here. Don't you have anything exciting happening? I mean, you've been here nearly a whole year. You know, when I was young, ooh boy.
Yo.
You alone too?
Yeah, don't remind me.
Come on in. It'll be my...
I also feel like this part could end up differently based on like your like relationship with certain people.
Enjoy.
I don't want to be a part of this losers meeting.
And the thing that confused me is that
Here, let's sit. First Christmas, now Valentine's Day. Why ain't I getting any chocolates?
good question.
Yusuke before heading over here, and even he got.
Cause I was like, dang, I was like, you know, why am I hanging out with you on Valentine's Day? I literally got a girlfriend, but like, dang.
And I don't? Besides, why isn't Mishima here too? Oh, don't tell me did he betray us?
I was like, bro,
What are you
what
talking
you
about
mean?
us? I got a girlfriend out of all of this. Where did
See
that
what
come
I mean?
from?
See?
Seriously, I'm never gonna talk to him at school again. What are you thinking, dude? Don't give me that. Oh, but I was buying something at the convenience store, and the shopkeeper lady gave me this. Here, you can have it. Guess this is what you'd call friend chocolate, huh? Hey, now that I think about it, aren't our girls kind of cold? I mean, we were on the same team. They should have at least got us some kind of teammate chocolate or something. Seriously. Alright, that's it. From now on, I'm done with girls. Friendship all the way.
Yep.
I guess heroes ain't...
Now hold on. I didn't add this to the soundboard for no reason. Hold on. Now this part right here, you can't hear the sound effect just yet because I forgot that I muted the desktop audio, but then I realized I muted it and then I muted it again.
All right,
So
this
you're
time
about
I'm
to hear it in a
making sure
second.
you can actually hear it.
Now, anyway, you know, Ryuji says, all right, that's it. From now on, I'm done with girls' friendship all the way. Well, you know what I say to that?
Always popular with the chicks, huh? Wonder if I'll get a girlfriend before I graduate high school.
And then just goes all the way to the next month. Which I also feel like right in between there is what I would give is where I would may have gotten like the last semester. Well, the, you know, like the semester for like the true ending, because I didn't get like the true ending. But I feel like right in between there may have been like where the true ending could have been.
Hey, you're finally taking off tomorrow.
Sojiro said you don't have to help out here today.
Go and see your friends before you leave. Off you go then.
Try not to cry.
And now this is the part where I have
That's
to
crazy.
basically go around and
So this is the end, huh?
and say my goodbyes to everybody.
Even after we're dead and gone, we'll still be the Phantom Thieves, right?
Saying goodbye to me? Cut it out. You're gonna see me tomorrow. Just remember to pack once you get back. You hear? I don't want you forgetting anything important here.
Now right here,
The probation diary.
yeah, you know, the diary that I use basically as like my saves. So I was wondering right here, if I hand him my diary, would that make like a major difference? And I actually found out from my homeboy, no, it doesn't. It doesn't make like a major difference. It's just like a special animation that you'll see if you do hand it over to him, which I end up doing.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about this. I'm surprised you kept a log this whole time. Thanks, though. I'll keep it safe. Still, a lot has happened. After all, you had quite the side job. Just behave once you're home, okay? Shouldn't you be saying your goodbyes? Go on.
And yeah, this is where I go out and say my goodbyes to everybody. I say everybody, it's not like everybody, but like everybody that I can.
You look like you're doing well. I decided to stop by after work. I used to come by this area on occasion. I was always a fan of LeBlanc's coffee. It's tomorrow, right? The day you go home? Oh, you didn't think I would? Sorry, but I know about most things. Take care. It's an unfortunate truth, but the kinds of adults the Phantom Thieves despised, they're everywhere. Even when you return home, I'm sure you'll find plenty there. Don't be influenced by terrible adults. Oh, right. Take this. Former prosecutors are reliable, you know. Call me if anything happens. I'm not worried about you. You'll never lose sight of yourself.
Hello there. You're going home tomorrow, right?
I'm pretty sure right here, like the only people I can really say goodbye to are Takumi and Yoshiro.
Ever since they administered the medicine.
Like I'm pretty sure those are the only people that I'm able to even say goodbye to.
Yeah, I'm relieved too. It's all thanks to you, my little guinea pig. Thank you for helping me, right up to the very end. Same goes for the situation with Oyamada. You did everything you could to help me with it. Here, take this. I really wanted you to meet Miwa-chan, but we'll save that for another time. I'm sure we'll meet again, if you don't die. Well, take care.
I'ma miss Takumi.
I am. I'm pretty sure this is when I gotta look on the map and see where else I can go. So I head over to Shibuya.
My man.
I hear you're leaving for home tomorrow. I recall the days when you helped me out with my speeches here. Having met a young person like you was the fortune of a lifetime. I suppose someone more in tune with modern parlance would say I lucked out, hmm? You were there to witness a number of my most disappointing moments. I'd like you to have this as a token of my appreciation. It's an incredibly expensive fountain pen I bought back when I had strayed from the right path. Embarrassingly enough, all I did was break the seal. I hardly used it. Think of it as a reminder to stay on the right path. That way, my mistakes might leave some good behind.
He was really the only person I could really say goodbye to. I did go to the airsoft shop to see if I could say goodbye to him, but it wasn't like a goodbye. It was just a, well,
Later.
yeah, it's just that. It's just, you know, where it's not like them actually talking, but yeah. Then after this, I went to other places to see if I could go anywhere else to like say goodbye to anyone, but it wasn't like any like real goodbye, so I could just like really go past this. Like I went to I went to Crossroads. I walked up and down here to see if there's really anybody else that I could say goodbye to, but it wasn't really anybody.
Are you really sure? Hey, I actually have a present for you too. For some reason, this scarf was the one thing that remained when I got thrown out of the metaverse. It's always been a special possession of mine, but I want you to have it, as proof of everything we've been through together. Well then, we should probably go home and get packed, huh?
You finished saying your goodbyes? Well, how'd it go? Did it make you feel like you want to stay? I see. You must have made a lot of good memories here. You're leaving early tomorrow from Shibuya, right? Make sure you pack up before you head to sleep. Oh, and take that stupid cat with you. I don't want her getting lost and ending up back here.
Don't make fun of me. I can go wherever I want all by myself.
Huh. It really never stops meowing, huh? Hey, Futaba, what's he saying? Is he sad he has to leave me?
He said, Sojiro's stupid.
What?
What kind of translation is that? Let me have a nice goodbye. Mona's your responsibility now. Leave Sojiro to me. All right, I've been counted on.
Oh, man.
Even if you're not here, I'll make sure I do my best. So, you go do your best too. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Futaba.
Hey, you got everything? When I took you in, I thought I was the one helping you. But it turns out it was the other way around. Take care. Don't be so cheeky. Oh, and sorry. I wanted to have Futaba see you off too. I haven't been able to find her since this morning, though. Same with that cat. If you end up back in the city, come on by. I'll at least treat you to a nice cup of coffee. Wait, that means I can't go closing the store, huh? What are you doing? Hurry up and go. Yeah.
And this is the special animation that I'll talk about, where he looks at the journal and he gets emotional. If I didn't hand him the book, then that animation doesn't happen. But yeah, anime cutscene. Oh, we actually don't have glasses anymore. Yeah, that's one thing I noticed, that we're not wearing glasses anymore.
After we said we disband, my word.
Sorry about the weird parking job. The engine just died on us right here.
Hey, Morgana, are you done yet?
Why the heck am I in charge of the car again?
And I thought we were done.
It's fine. We're on break. Exams are done too, right? Come on, why don't you let us drive you home? You really, really gotta go?
Come on, man. Nobody's forcing you to leave, you know? Wiping your slate clean ain't so easy. You see what I mean?
Hmm?
Things must be slow these days.
Don't mind them. What they think of us doesn't really matter.
Yeah, she's right. We can totally do whatever we want to do.
The car's fixed. Just had to borrow a plug.
Nice job on the first try.
All right, let's roll.
I'm sorry. Why won't it start? We're gonna lose.
Ha!
It was fine just a second ago. Anyways, now that we gotcha, we ain't taking you straight home.
Hey, can I ask something? My friend's in trouble, and I'd like everyone's input. Ooh, that sounds like fun.
If this is any more work.
Notice how the car is literally the exact same like design of car that Morgana was in the Mementos.
Count me out.
You know you want to, Inari.
I'm getting out.
Why'd you upload? Whoa!
Let me off.
Stop moving around! Come on! Mona-chan! That's dangerous!
Oh, man. It looks like that's the end of our Persona journey. I like this song. Now, there is another scene right after this, like right after the end credits. There's another scene afterwards. I will say, this game was quite the experience. Definitely one of the... I definitely put this up there as one of my favorite games for sure. It's definitely up there. Now, like I said, there's another scene right after this. Like right after the end credits. You know, think about it like Marvel. There's literally another end credit scene, another scene right after this. And like I said, I didn't get the true ending. I didn't get the true Persona 5 Royal ending. Because there's another ending that I could get, but I didn't meet the requirements for it. But in my second playthrough, I'm gonna definitely do that. I'm gonna definitely meet all the requirements that I need to do for it. And I definitely have enough saves to where I can do that. So, yep. What's the other ending? I don't even know all of what it consists of, but there's a point where there's like another semester at school that you can attend. And I don't know exactly what it consists of, but I have a feeling of what it might consist of. All I know is you have to meet certain conditions, like you have to get you basically, at least from what I read, you have to get both Mayuki and Kasumi's bond up to a certain point before a certain point. So I assume it has something to do with them. You know, I don't know if we go back into where, where Kasumi awakened and we have to deal with that or whatever. But all I know is there's like another semester where we can do at school. And yeah, so on my second playthrough, that's what I'm definitely gonna do, is meet all the conditions. Also, by the way, I'm gonna definitely romance Makoto again, because I didn't even get to do anything with Makoto as my girlfriend. I didn't get to do anything. I made her my girlfriend, but didn't really get to do anything. So I'm gonna definitely romance her again. I don't really care. I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, like I said, I don't know, like, if that, like, those are the two main ones that I read when I looked up how to, like, get the true ending. Those are, like, the main two. And I don't know if there's anything else that I have to do, but, yeah. But if you got those two down, then you're probably gonna be fine. when I do my second playthrough, I may not even stream it. I'll probably just do it like in Discord. So like whenever I play Persona, I might just go into Discord and just stream it in there. I assume it is like a lot of content, but you know. Okay, well, I'm gonna just go towards where the end scene is. Yep, there we go. Okay, here we go.
Man, it's weird. All this ain't feeling real to me just yet. Like, am I in a dream, you know?
I wouldn't mind that.
We're free to do whatever we want, after all.
I guess so. If you want to change the world, all you have to do is just look at it differently. Am I right? And that is what aesthetics are.
By the way, that little dimming lights because I didn't touch my controller when I was recording, so I had to move it again to make it go back there. But yeah, I thought it was cool that they played the song at the end. It also says Finn in the corner of the thing right there. It said Finn right there. So, yep. And yep, that is where the playthrough ended. Well, our first playthrough. So yeah. But yep, this is one hell of a journey with Persona. Yeah, but like I said, I'm gonna go for this. Yeah, I told you I'm gonna go for like, you know, the true ending. I'm not gonna stream it on here. I'm probably just gonna stream it in Discord. I'm probably just gonna really just play it in Discord. I mean, I'm not gonna go out of my way to try to get it, but you know, I at least want to get to like the, you know, third semester. So as long as I get there, then I'll be fine. That's all really my goal is now, is just to get the royal ending, the royal experience. And actually, let me because one thing you don't know is I was actually doing legend stuff on the side. Okay, let me do this first. Full screen this. And you know, Evan, that's honestly what I assumed, because all those like different time skips in the middle, it's like I figured like that if I do actually get to that point, then yeah, I will be able to, because it just seemed like that whole thing was placed, you know, for like a reason. So I was like, dang, bro, I got a girlfriend, but for what reason? like what I get a girlfriend for if I'm just gonna hang out with your lonely ass? But yeah. That's also why I also played this. That's why I played that when you said that, you know, no more dates, you know, just with friends. I was like, yeah, alright. Alright. But yeah. So now, what I will do now is, let me just make sure everything's fine on this end. Also, one that I'm gonna aim for when I do my second playthrough is awaken everybody's personas. Cause Mona's second awakening is like, that's supposed to happen anyway. But I want to get everybody else's. I wants to get everybody else's. So yeah. Okay, before I switch, let me make sure that that's all good. Yep, looks like it should be all good. Okay. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I think now. Yep, there we go. There we go. No, I haven't done that yet, but I plan to do it though, because okay, it's just oh wait, no, I think I haven't muted in my desktop. I think that's why I silent. I think I haven't muted on my mixer. Yeah, I do. Okay, that's why I was silent. That is why it was silent. I'm gonna do this. Do this. Lower this down a little bit. I don't know if I say it's bad, but it's more like it's definitely gotten more valuable, because I'm pretty sure if I looked at it correctly, that it has like it has a free step too. So actually, let me look. Actually, no, there's not like a step thing on here, but there's at least like a free step. Now I don't know if they keep this consistent with it being a free step, but yeah, it's out of all like the premium banners, then yes, it might be the worst one, but it's definitely risen its value. The value has definitely rose up with this banner now. You know, not only with the 2x Z power, the sparking guaranteed has always been a thing, so that didn't really change. And of course, having an LF on the banner, that's definitely a good thing. And plus, it's like you can actually put these guys on a team, and it can work. Like you can put these guys on the team, and it can work. Because that's what I feel like is a good banner, is if you can get a team out of the main units. Because that's what made Legends Festival units so valuable, is that, especially the one with the Sword of Hope Trunks. That banner in particular during Legends Festival was like, because not only did they have the 3x, the 3x Z power, the sparking race was higher, but literally you can make an entire team off of that banner. And you can do the same thing with this. You have all three of these guys that, you know, you can make a pretty decent team. So the value has definitely gone up. It's definitely gone up. Yeah, for sure, Evan. I will say that probably those banners were probably by far the best ones. Those Legends Festival banners back in like 2021, those were definitely probably the best ones. Actually, let me test out the volume again. You gotta keep it right here. But no, those banners will probably go down as like the best banners in history because yeah, those banners were nuts. Those banners were absolutely nuts. But I definitely do want to try to get Trunks off the banner because one thing I will say, the animation for these units are like pretty good. I like how Cell's like animations are like, they're like flaily and like very exaggerated movements, and I like that. I like it. So, and also like, you know, and Trunks' animations are pretty good too, like especially his blue card. I like the animations they did for him. And also, can I just say, I was a little bit disappointed when I found out that Cell's transformation was just like, you know, you press the main ability and it's just a transformation. The animation for the transformation is really good. Like, that transformation is like, the animation for it is really good. I was just hoping that him transforming like that was like the, you know, like that whole data mine that we got a while back with that arts card that was like half ultimate, half awakened arts. I was hoping it would be that. Like how like with Bojack when he first came out, it was like you kind of had to get the transformation off by actually using a card. But it's still a really cool animation though, his transformation. Well, now the battle's just gonna end because, yeah. This is exactly why I tell myself, well, one, yeah, she's gonna end like this because he just got me in a chokehold. Why did they add this in co-op, by the way? Why did they add that ability? When they changed co-op, why did they add that the bosses could do that? But no, Evan, just to say, you know, to comment on what you just said, that's the one thing that I noticed about the Hoi Poi format. They changed it, and I don't know why they changed it. Like, it was fine before. But I don't know why they changed it to where it's like they make it more like more tedious to get what you want out of it. I don't know if it's because they want the Hoi Poi is gonna last longer this time around. That's why they did it. But I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know why they changed like the format of like the steps. Also, can I just say one thing that they should change about co-op is that you can't bring in a unit that's not a fully soul boosted. They should add that as like a thing. You're not allowed to bring in a unit that's not fully soul boosted. Because that would make things, they'll probably still die if you don't have the proper units, like the proper, like, you know, battle bonus characters. but at least make it like where the other person like me who at least is doing it right and is bringing the proper units to at least have a chance to win. Because I've definitely carried co-op for my partner to where they didn't have the right units and we still won. But they at least had soul boosted units. So yeah, they should make that change to co-op. Only bring soul like units that are like fully soul boosted. Like, I don't know why the boss allows you, just gets to bound you like that. It's just weird. I don't know why. Wanted to lower the volume a little bit. Okay. Also, one thing that I hate that people do is that when it gets to this part where you have to do Rising Rush, sometimes your opponent just leaves for no reason. I don't know what's that about, but that happens.
You are a fool.
Rocky, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I want to at least break down the shield before I do this ult. And I appreciate him for doing that, because I don't want this ult to just do less damage than it should. I don't think he's going to kill Zamasu. He was at least smart enough to wait to... Yeah, like I thought. Did good damage, though. It did good damage. Shut up. We ain't got time for all that shit. That dude was I knew what he was going for. He was fishing for a legendary finish. And I'm not mad at you wanting to go for Gogeta's, because that's one of my favorite LFs. But no, let's just get this over with, okay? We don't need to see that. Let's just get this over with. I know he probably like, no, it's my one and only chance to actually see it. Bae. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is do this. And then right before I do a little bit of summons, I'm gonna go to... Well, I gotta do this. I'm not gonna do this whole event right now, but also I didn't see the full details on Pui Pui, but I saw like a little bit of his details. And he reminds me a lot of what they... It just reminds me of a more toxic version of remember like that 1000-day Bulma that we got? And her whole like gimmick was just to inflict paralysis to everybody. It reminds just a more toxic version of that, because the main thing that I saw is that he has like a lock-in for like himself and the opponent for like 10 counts or something. So it just seems like he's just supposed to be like a toxic, character for April Fool's, so. Which, hey, I'm not mad at it, because, seems like he's at least decent, you know what I mean? You know, all I gotta do is just get his friendship up to get this last 500. Speaking of which, you know, something about Cell that'd be cool if they actually incorporated into the game is if, like, you know, like when Cell went up against Gohan and like he went into that like giant berserker kind of form. It'd be cool if they like incorporated that into this game somehow. That, you know, also be cool is if like they did like another baby Vegeta, right? But did his Great Ape, just like how they did Great Ape Vegeta. I'm sure that will happen at some point. I also have a feeling that because we've been getting like future stuff a little bit lately, they might be trying to set up for anniversary being future related, like maybe like a transforming Blue Vegeta. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. I would not be surprised at all if they did that. I just hope that it's not like how the second anniversary was, because dear God, I hope not. But I do kind of feel like they've learned their lesson since then, as far as how toxic that environment was. But who knows? Maybe I could be wrong. But you know, hopefully not. Okay. And honestly, as long as I get Trunks out of this, I will be happy with that. If I can get Trunks, I'm fine. And the banner's already up for so long that, you know, if I decide to go in on it again, I can. If I get Cell, sure. But I just don't really care that much. And of course, getting another dupe of Trunks and Vegeta wouldn't be so bad either. Wow, he's actually maxed out. I wonder when his Zenkai will happen. Hey, mercenaries, how? Okay. Okay, Vegeta. Okay. Okay. Okay, I thought this is the free step. Okay, Vegeta. I actually take more Beerus. I don't mind getting more Beerus. He's fun. Alright, let's see if this free step can bring me some luck. And if not, like I said, this banner's gonna be up for like, what, like 2 months? Month and a half? Like right up until like the anniversary, so, you know, I got time. Alright. I'm surprised that he's actually not maxed out yet. Alright. I mean, Evan, even still, like, even with the improvements that the banner's made, it's not something that you really need to worry about right now. Because, like I said, the banner, you know, it's nothing too crazy. And also, it's going to be up for a while anyway, so it really doesn't matter. Just wanted to see if I did one rotation, see if I can get lucky. But I didn't, so it's all good. You know, anniversary is going to be coming up, you know, sooner than you think anyway. So, you know, everybody's just, you know, going to be saving up for that. We may just get one more, like, major banner for, like, this month. But then after that, it's going to be, like, you know, everybody's going to be wondering what's going to be for anniversary. And everybody's just going to be waiting for that. Oh, I just get to face off against the new Trunks, though. So that'll be fun. This also looks like a very realistic hybrid team that you will probably use him on. Yeah, he's purple. Trunks is purple. Oh, I must not have downloaded all. Yeah, Trunks is purple, Cell is red. Also, this new stage is actually pretty cool. Nice weight. But yeah, this new stage is pretty cool. You may just use Yep. Okay, I thought so. Kill me right away. Yeah, that's fine. Let's take one more hit just to build up my gauge. There we go. Then do this. Ah, okay. This is fine. Wow, he went full screen that time. Yeah, I saw that coming. Definitely saw that one coming. Knew it. I knew if I just floated up, then he would just do that. Dang, almost killed him. Oh, well, we did anyway. There we go. Now we do this. There we go. Okay, just want to see if he would do anything. It's all good. Get the disruption. Really? Well, I guess the game said, nope, you will not get your sidestep. I guess not. Now we got his gauge back. And okay, yeah, this guy just doesn't give a damn anymore. All right, cool. This guy just doesn't care. He's just like, all right, whatever. I'm gonna do whatever the hell I want, and it's just gonna work. Which actually reminds me of I think he managed that. Yeah, he did. Which reminds me of like the video that Goresh actually posted today, saying like, you know what? I'm gonna just do all the stupid shit, and if it works, it works. He gonna fire the blast? He does. That's honestly fine. Got him. Let's see. All I need is just one. All I need is just one, and I'll be alright. But yeah, it's too bad that we actually didn't get to see all of Trunks' like animations and like all that he could do there, because he just died. Yeah, we'll say I do like how they designed that Trunks. Now we just have to see if we actually fight Cells. Which I feel like it'll be a harder... It'll probably be rarer to find people like using Cell than using Trunks. Because Trunks has like some utility in his kit. Whereas like if you actually summon on the banner, then like, you know, people will probably use more of Trunks than that Cell. Zamasu. Oh, Goku Black. Huh. Interesting. Thanks for the free combo. There's Zamasu. Ah, that time he actually tackled. Okay. It's fine though. That's fine. Yeah, I'm good. Side step again? Ah, I was too late with it. We get the disrupt again. I'll do this. Wow. Oh, you fought Pui Pui? How'd that go? Why would you? Sure, I guess. I don't know why you rushed. It's a blast card, ain't it? Oh no, he had all strikes. Okay. Ah, he left. He was like, no, I needed that rush to go through, which. Oh my god, that's funny. That is funny. That was so funny. The rush didn't go through, and he's like, you know what? I quit. I quit. Oh. Tapate Orobas. Oh shit. I was looking on my YouTube feed and I see that Charlie, aka Moist Critical, has actually talked to Sneeko, huh? Interesting. I wonder how that went. I may just look at that later. Because I'm very interested. Oh yeah, and also people are freaking out that Tate actually got out of jail, which, yeah. While I don't really care for Tate, I will say him being locked up for 3 months on allegations and not just charges alone is kind of crazy. Oh look, Pui Pui. I mean, if you want to. If you want to, that's fine. It's like the most. I forgot to download all again. Okay. After this, I'm gonna make sure to download all. But yeah, sure, why not? If you don't have Rose, then yeah. I will say that if you don't have rosé, then yes. Damn. That's fine. Oh, I'm paralyzed. Jesus Christ, help! There we go. Really? Okay. I might actually do this, so that way I can... Oh. I thought he would definitely continue. Wow, that's his strategy, huh? Just dash up and just press a card? Okay. That's his whole strategy, is just to do that. That's his whole strategy. That's funny. That's the first I've actually ever seen anybody do that before. I don't think we died to this. But that's so funny. I've actually never seen anyone do that before. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, shut up. He has a strike cover? I didn't know that. I didn't know he had a strike cover. How about that? Okay, Pui Pui, they actually gave you some tools. I see you. Oh, I actually saw a thing where he restored his gauge. Interesting. Is he gonna rush? No? Yeah, I didn't know he had a strike cover. Okay, Pui Pui. It's all a snowball effect. You forgot I got my vanish back. Okay, I thought maybe he'd do something right there. Okay, that's fine. You can take him. I could have cover changed with Vegeta there, but it's whatever. You can take him. Bye-bye, Pui Pui. Yeah, I didn't know Pui Pui had a strike cover. That's cool. I gotta look at his details. I gotta look at his details, because I did not know that he had a strike cover. Alright, hold on. Let me actually remember to download all, too. Yes, do all that. And you know what? Because I'm actually curious, hold on, let me actually do this. This is a really cool Dragon Ball Pui Pui. It's cool that they did this. I'm not gonna lie, that's cool that they did this. And honestly, because I am very curious about this whole thing, I'm gonna actually put this up because I am actually curious. Hold on, let me change this. Hold on, let me do this so it fits better for the screen. 'Cause I am actually curious about what they talked about. How did this all go down, I wonder? Well, we're gonna see in a second. 'Cause I am curious.
I know it's April 1st, but I'm not fooling. The title is not a joke. I talked to Sneeko. And I gotta be honest, I had butterflies in my tummy. I was more excited to talk to him than I would be to talk to Santa Claus. Now, I know this will be coming as a shock to a lot of you, a bit of a jump scare, so I hope you're sitting down so it doesn't knock you off your feet. Sneeko and I have not been on the best of terms recently. We've tried our best to keep it a secret and handle it behind closed doors, but unfortunately, it's bled into the public eye, and you know what? By golly, I'll say it with my whole chest for all to hear. We just haven't liked each other. We haven't seen eye to eye on many things, so our internet beef has become this fine Wagyu steak. It's been this very tasty, juicy bit of drama between the two of us, and today it finally boiled over and we had a conversation. And I want to show you some clips from it. He actually asked me to record, so don't think that this was some kind of one-party consent thing where I pulled the wool over his eyes and pulled his fucking pants down to surprise him with a recording. He had actually asked me to, and I want to show you how this went, because it was actually a very interesting conversation we had. I want to tell you how we got there. It's because last night I noticed Sneeko was raving about cuties on Twitter yet again, talking about how much he loves it and how he'll always defend it.
Oh, let me see this. Cuties is really about how important Islamic values are in the face of satanic wokeness. I love cuties. He would never debate me, however, your favorite YouTubers sit in their rooms and feed lies to you. Okay.
But then said that I wouldn't debate him on it. And this little nugget of cringe had me scratching the hair on my chin, confused. I wouldn't debate you on it. I would actually love to hear your side of things on how you could possibly excuse the blatant sexualization of the child actresses in the film. Now, I'm not a debater. I actually am not a fan of debates in general. I prefer just general conversations as opposed to these like gotcha and leading questions and traps and shit. I think that's not very conducive to actual understanding of different sides of arguments. So I don't debate, but I was very willing to have this conversation with Sneeko, and I reached out to talk to him, and he was more than willing to talk about it. So we did. We talked about cuties and even talked about all of our general grievances with each other. And this was a very different side of Sneeko. I went into this expecting him to be his standard, unhinged, like very animated, cartoonish self that I see in all of his content on Twitter and Rumble, where he's doing these like temper tantrums and like throwing his ass in a circle and going wild, hog wild. But here, this was a very laid back, very calm and collected Sneeko, who was actually more than willing to concede on some of his points as well as see different sides of situations. And I didn't expect that. And I'm very appreciative of that pleasant surprise as well, because I went into this with pretty low expectations, but after finishing our talk, I'm actually pretty curious to see where Sneeko goes next, because like I mentioned, there are some things that he just fully admitted, like maybe he was guilty of doing similar things that he criticized others for, and that he was going to be repurposing his message and changing things around to make it more conducive to positivity. So overall, the whole conversation went in a totally different direction than I expected. Of course, he's still very passionate about some things, and we still fought on quite a few things, and the reality is there's just a lot of things that I don't see eye to eye to him on with some of the things he talks about. But overall, I really walked away with a very different impression of Sneeko from this. Now, I know I'm blue-balling you here, but one more thing that I think is important to mention, he has said that he's wanted to debate me over the last 2 weeks here. He even made this big hullabaloo on Twitter about how I ducked a debate with him on Aiden Ross' stream, even though he had not replied to any of my DMs.
Which is funny because I actually saw a little clip of how he was saying how, you know, he was ducking, because I think it was like Aiden, he was like, I think it was streaming on Kick, and he had Sneeko on there. He was talking about how like, nah, he not gonna do the debate, he ducking, and I was like, yeah, bro, you something. Cause like, something's like, what is there really for him to debate? You're not really saying anything.
DMs at that point, there was no debate scheduled between him and I, so that was just a blatant lie. I think he was just joking around about it, and it missed the mark because people actually thought that I was avoiding him. But he's not wrong in the fact that I really didn't want to have a conversation with him over the last 2 weeks because all of it was extremely geared towards hurt feelings. At least that's how I interpreted a lot of his statements. it seemed to focus more on me saying "P.U. you stink" and him taking it as he's canceling me, canceling me. There's not a whole lot of productive conversation that can come from that with me just explaining over and over again that I'm just insulting you, and that's the simple brass tacks of it. But over the last 48 hours, it really does feel like he's had this come to Jesus moment where he's recognized that I was never canceling him. I was making fun of him. He even issued an apology about bringing up my girlfriend and stuff like that, and has recognized that he has been off the mark on a lot of things recently as well. He also, like, apologized for being a cuck, which was a wild thing. He talked about how cuckoldry was a mistake. So it looks like he was never okay with it, even though for a time
That was, I mean, he doesn't have to tell anybody that he wasn't okay with being cucked, because, yeah, we know.
He did say everyone should try it. It looks like he's changed his perspective on that and now looks back on it with a lot of regret, which isn't surprising since those insults were not some of his favorite to keep hearing. So that's not really a discussion we had. I think and have always said, whatever happens between consenting adults in the bedroom is fine. As long as no one's getting fucking hurt, there's no, like, victims, it's consenting adults, you're good to do whatever makes you happiest. The reason I always talked about the cuckoldry is, one, because fucking hilarious that a lot of his beliefs now go very much against his past of being open to watching his girl get fucked in front of him by multiple men on a couple occasions. And two, it was illustrating a bit of ridiculousness with him being the moral authority on healthy relationships when he himself was in a very confusing one that he wasn't proud of, yet still preaching that people should do it anyway. That was the whole point behind it. I wasn't trying to kink shame like a lot of people started accusing me of. If you want to be a cuckold, then be a proud one and be okay with it and comfortable in your own skin about it. So, it has seemed like he's been more receptive to real talk, and that's what we had. So let me go ahead and show you now. The first thing we talked about was cuties.
This discussion with you about cuties since I dropped that video back in 2020.
How time flies, man. Well, better late than never.
So, have you seen the movie?
Yeah, so you mentioned you saw my video, so you know I didn't finish the movie. I physically couldn't. I found it just to be completely repulsive.
Haven't you seen a lot of other movies that have repulsed you before? I watch horror movies. I watch movies that are provocative quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is something I feel isn't being recognized. There's a difference between being repulsed by fiction, which is like horror movies, you know, that's not real, and being repulsed because there's real children doing sexual things. You can't fake that. The actresses were 11 to 13 years old. They were twerking. There were some very gross scenes in there, and like the cameras would zoom in on their chest and their ass and their crotch. Like, that's a very different kind of repulsed.
Why is he outside? Why the hell is Sneeko outside talking to him about this? Why are you not just inside your own damn house?
That's what we agree on. I don't agree that those scenes are good. I don't agree with the sexualization of children. I defend the movie because I defend the morality of the movie. And I think that most people that were disgusted have seen those clips or didn't watch the whole movie like you. So that movie was taken out of context quite a bit. People don't really see the moral of the movie, which is defending Islamic values and also pointing out the very real problem that young girls have going on social media and doing these dances. I agree that it's disgusting. I agree that those scenes are repulsive, but I think you could be repulsed by TikTok and pretty much what young girls are doing on social media every single day as well. I think that people outraged at that film should also be outraged at everything that girls are doing now on Instagram, TikTok, and all these apps.
Well, see, but here's the thing. So let's break it down to the very bare essentials. Can children consent?
Can children consent? No, they can't. We agree.
So then why do you think it's excusable to exploit them after having them sign up for this film? If you admit they can't consent, how can they possibly give the okay to be shaking their ass and having a camera all up in their shit while they're doing sexual things, like that scene where she takes a picture of her vagina, the scene where they're doing literal, like, toying around with cam sites, like, that's very different. Like, no one is disputing the message, right? It's
well, I agree with the intention of the movie. I don't think that those scenes are good. That's what we completely agree on. But I think that was an important movie to point out how many people get sucked into this world. I think that was needed. That movie was needed to be made. And I also don't think that movie encouraged pedophiles to go and incite and look at these girls. I think that they're more likely to go on TikTok and find girls that they're attracted to. I don't think that this really attracted people to these girls.
Well, it's not like I'm here arguing that this movie created pedophiles, right? But what it did is it delivered a film that they would watch for totally different reasons than the message. Again, the message isn't something that I or pretty much anyone has an issue with. The message is, like you mentioned, the social media poisoning them, making them do the sexual things, which is a problem. But this movie contributes to it since it still used real children to sexualize them to showcase it. That's the issue. You didn't need it to be children.
I don't think it contributes to it because when you see girls doing this on TikTok, they don't know.
I don't see girls doing it on TikTok, though, is the thing, right? The only people that would are going to be the pedophiles. They would go and search that out. This movie was advertised on Netflix.
No, that's not true. Every time I don't have TikTok on my phone, but once in a while before I was banned, I would go on there, and the first 3 videos would be the same thing that you see on Cuties. And that's why I uninstalled the app. That's why I refuse to have it on my phone because it's directing you to those images.
Which is a problem. I'm not disagreeing that's a problem, but that doesn't make this film.
We agree. But we just disagree that I think the movie was important to point out a flaw. Personally, I never empathized with girls being directed to that site before I saw that movie. That really made me understand what it's like to be a girl and grow up in that age.
I think we're getting... Yes, we agree that it is disgusting, but you are excusing it because you believe it highlights a very real issue, which it does. But it contributes to that issue by using children. They didn't have to use kids. You recognize that, right? They could have used...
They didn't have to use kids. But I also look at the director and I look at the moral of the movie, and I don't think that it was anything unsafe, and I don't think that the director had any bad intentions making it. So maybe it shouldn't have been as sexualized, but I defend the morality of the movie, and I also defend the effect that it had on me. When I watched that made me have a new perspective.
But do you see why that's kind of... Jesus, sorry, that was my cat. Do you see why that's kind of concerning to hear, though? Because in the time that I watched that film, there were unreal amounts of sexual scenes. In fact, the majority of the movie was them doing, like, the dance routines where they're smacking each other's ass, zoomed in on them shaking their ass in the camera. There's that scene where a security guard's like, what are you girls doing here? And they're like, we're dancers. He's like, prove it. So they start twerking for him, and he's like, oh, great, get in here. Like, that is a problem, no matter how you spin it. Again, the message is fine. There was never anything wrong with the message, and maybe the intention of the director was...
How would you tell the director to convey the message in a different way?
You would just not use children. You could deliver the same message, and you don't use children. The
yes.
problem is
because here's the thing, right? I think that they're probably gonna agree to disagree about how Cuties is, but my whole thing with that movie was this: just don't use child actors. If that's the message you want to spread, fine. Just don't use child actors. Cause think about it like this: when think about a show like Euphoria, for example. Euphoria has a lot of sexual things happen, things related to drugs. They have a lot of things happen in Euphoria, right? But here's the thing: none of the actors that portray high school students are high school age. None of them are. These are adult actors and actresses. So that's kind of my whole thing. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of my whole thing with that shit. Because it's funny, I even saw Abin Preach make a video about talking about Cuties and all that stuff. And they see the message that was behind, Cuties and all that shit. And I don't know if, I would assume they disagree with them using the actual child actors. But they also saw the message that they tried to push, but the marketing and all that was just terrible, because literally the cover for Cuties was literally just girls in these sexual positions, and I was just ugh. So yeah, this is probably just something they're just gonna have to agree to disagree with, because while I see the message they tried to push with the movie, it was terribly executed because again, just don't use child actors and actresses. That's literally all you have to do. And yeah, sorry you got shot at, Evan. But yeah, no, I was just looking at this video just because I'm curious to see what they even talked about. Because, this whole beef between Sneako and Charlie's been going on. So I just wanted to see what they even talked about, to see what they concluded to. But yeah, right now they were just talking about Cuties and how they just disagreed with how that whole thing went. And yeah, it's just this is probably just them disagreeing to disagree on how they feel about the movie.
It would be effective. I don't think it would be as effective. It's
So
unfortunate that it's misinterpreted, but you couldn't be able to have that effect and show how provocative and how dangerous it is without using kids.
Yeah,
Of course, the shots probably did not need to be that bad, but when I watched that, I was absolutely disgusted. And like I said, it changed my perspective. And what I'm surprised about is that you are against wokeness, because everything that
No, Evan. What made that clip happen was originally when this this whole thing goes back a little bit. So basically, to summarize, to go like if you want to go all the way back, basically Charlie made a video about one of the dudes over at Fresh and Fit who blatantly lied about a story about him having sex with multiple women. He made a video about that. Sneeko saw it and said, I got to defend my homeboy. And he then made fun of Charlie and his girlfriend and talked about like him being brainwashed in monogamy for whatever reason. Then Charlie came back to respond and basically said, I don't know what the hell you even talk about. What does this have to do with anything I said? And then after that, 3 months went by, and the Sneeko went on stream. He started pointing a gun on stream, threatening to go shoot Charlie and all that stuff. Talking about watch my clips, holding up 2 mags of bullets, and that's what spawned that video. Well, the video before this of him talking about Sneeko, where the whole thing about mags and shit. Which, by the way, actually, do I have that saved? There was a let me see if I actually had that saved. There was a funny meme that somebody actually made of that whole clip of him talking about like what you have is not clips, these are mags. Hold on, I want to see if I actually have that video, because there was a funny meme that somebody made. And yeah, Evan, I feel you. Yeah, it's like and normally I wouldn't even pay attention to this drama, but I just kind of find it entertaining at this point, which is why I'm kind of paying attention to it. But hold on, I want to see if I have let me see. Is it under here? Because I had something where it was like a funny meme of Charlie, because what they did was basically take that scene where he talked about it, like these are mags, not clips, and they put them in the background of the airsoft shop in Persona, and that shit was funny. I'm not gonna lie to you, that shit was funny. I'm pretty sure I saved it somewhere on here. I just don't remember where. I'm over here just looking through my computer, just seeing where I might have it saved. Oh, you saw that meme? Okay, now I don't have to explain it then. Yeah, that shit was funny. That shit was so funny, and I'm glad that meme was created literally around when like I was playing Persona, because it wouldn't have been as funny. It wouldn't have been as funny for me if I wasn't playing Persona. So I'm glad that meme was made, because yeah, that shit was funny. Yeah, I can't find it. I'm pretty sure I have it somewhere, but I just don't know where it is right now for me. But yeah, that was funny. That was really funny. Or should I save it in this folder, actually? Did I? No, I don't think I did. Damn. I wish I could find it. I can find it again and just download it again, but yeah. But yeah, now I'm just seeing where like this whole conversation they had went.
Your content is about, it doesn't seem like you've ever directed any energy towards how dangerous wokeness can be, which is exactly what that movie's about. It's saying how important Islamic values are in the face of wokeness. It's about a Western African family, Islamic. They go to France completely.
All right, Evan, you have a good night.
That's now being burned alive, and women are running around topless. Wokeness has consumed France, and it's pointing out a proper solution to this problem, which is embracing Islamic values.
Who was the director of the film? Do you know?
Her name is Maminu Doucouré. Maminu Doucouré, I think that's her name. She's a Western African woman, and she moved to France. So I imagine that she had a very similar experience, and she was trying to portray what it was like growing up.
So the message of the movie is about social media, and almost exclusively. She directed the film based on seeing some children in a neighborhood doing sexual dances and wondering, how did it get to that point? This isn't okay. So the movie was supposed to be about how does a child get to that point, and it's about how social media is poisoning them, and they're constantly comparing themselves, they're seeing these things, so they're putting on makeup and they're doing sexual shit, and they never really understand why or the consequences of it. It's not a critique on wokeness.
I got
though.
you, Evan. I got
Of
you.
course, anything in the art field you can derive your own meaning from. I recognize that almost everything you encounter in life you tie back to either cancellation or wokeness, but in this film in particular, this is a movie I really feel conflicts hard with your ideology. Under no circumstances should children be sexualized, is where I stand. Do you disagree?
There's a lot of things in movies, like, I don't agree with incest in Star Wars, but Star Wars has incest scenes. I don't agree
But that's
with
not
incest, but it's
But-
portrayed.
It's not real.
I'm saying it's not real. That's what he's saying. It's not real. They actually sexualize children. That's the problem. And he even agrees that that's the problem. So he's just saying how the movie, in them trying to prove something, is doing something that conflicts the whole message.
Incest, though. This is real children being sexualized. It's not fake. These are
We
11.
agree. We agree. But I'm defending the point of the movie.
You can defend the
And I
point of
do
the
not-
movie
and I'm
while,
not-
but you can still condemn the movie itself. The point can stand on its own 2 feet, right? Like, there is a problem, which you recognize, with kids being sexualized, in specific on TikTok. That is a problem in and of itself. But you can still condemn this film for contributing to the thing it's supposed to speak out against, which is sexualizing children, which you have admitted it does. And it didn't need to, like you said. That is the
so
problem.
maybe they shouldn't have used child actors, but I agree with the point of the movie. But how do you think that the point could have been conveyed in a better way? You think
Like
they should have used 18-year-olds to play 11-year-olds?
That's exactly what most movies
Yes.
have done for a long time. A quick example is The Last of Us using Bella Ramsey to portray
Yes.
like a 14, 15-year-old. Like, you can do that, and that's a lot more acceptable because there is no longer a victim. Like you'd said, children can't consent. These kids could never fully consent to being sexualized in this film like this on the big
I would
screen.
argue that when they use 30-year-olds and 27-year-olds to play high schoolers, like in Euphoria and like in 13 Reasons Why, it actually sexualizes kids more because we start to mature high schoolers and we think of them in a different way. People in their 30s and their late 20s get addicted to Euphoria and they have ideas. And they start
I'm actually, hold on.
romanticizing teenagers in a different way because they don't use actors in that way and they make them look more mature.
That's a completely separate conversation you can make arguments for, but that doesn't work here because it sexualizes already real children, right? So I think you're getting hung up on like the what ifs and like whataboutisms on other sides, but the core doesn't change. So let me give you an example. It is realistic to use kids for the message, right? Because it's about kids. Well, what if the child was naked doing the vagina pic? If they showed the kid's vagina, is that now too far? It's still
No, that's
realistic.
too far. So there's 2 ways the movie could have been changed to be more effective and that people would understand the message. 1, they could have used child actors and they should not have been sexualized in that way. Or 2, they could have been 18 plus and it could have been sexualized, but then it wouldn't have been as effective. One of the 2 should have changed. I agree.
Okay. So then, do you think there's like levels to sexualization of kids that is acceptable and then unacceptable?
No, this is never acceptable to sexualize children, but
Then
No.
we agree. So then can we then say, since this film sexualized children, I can't really champion the film. However, the message is okay. Like, I like the message.
I agree completely. But the reason I defend that movie is because I think everybody just saw those scenes and looked past the message and looked past the good moral that the director had when making it.
That could very well be the case for some people, right? 100%.
I would say
But-
most people. Most people who hate the movie haven't seen it. Most of the people accusing me of being a pedophile for defending the movie haven't seen it and have no idea what it's about. They've just seen those scenes.
But they're also still not wrong for being upset about those scenes. Like, can you
I
recognize
think they
that?
should be more upset at the problem. I think people should direct that anger instead of calling me a pedophile on the internet. They should look at the system that turns these girls into sexual objects at a young age and be more angry at that. That is the real issue. That
But
is
they-
the bigger problem at large.
They do, though. It's not mutually exclusive, like where it's one or the other.
Do they? Do you?
Do I what? Talk
Do
about
what?
the
Do
problem?
you direct that anger? I see you.
Now, from here, we started branching off into other conversational topics, but I do want to go ahead and give a little wrap up here. After talking to him about it, it really feels like he sticks to his guns just out of pure stubbornness because he's defended it for so long. He's unwilling to forfeit on the point, even though he can clearly recognize that the sexualization of children is a bad thing. And since the movie sexualizes children, it is full stop a bad thing. He can't separate the message and applaud the message without applauding the whole film, which is a problem.
I think Pan
He
can come back
repeatedly
in.
calls it his favorite movie.
Oh, no,
and
I guess
how
not.
important It is, but he's only referring to the intentions. With
I thought
the
for sure
message.
Pan could
The
come back.
message is fine, but the film itself is not fine. It wanted to speak out against social media, poisoning these children and having them do sexual things, and it's horrible. The film wanted to call that out and point a light at how horrible it is, but doing so, they used real 11 to 13-year-olds and actually sexualized them. Thus, it's a fucking horrible thing that they produced, and by my definition and many people's definition, is child porn that shouldn't be defended by any means. Now,
I did not mean
Sneako
to-
would be able to just separate the message from the film, because the message is fine. That is something that you can applaud, but not the film itself.
Follow the
I think he
narrative
left.
That's popular on social media, but I don't see you ever directed at the problem. Do you agree that wokeness is one of the biggest problems that corrupts kids nowadays?
Define wokeness.
Wokeness is the liberal ideology, is feelings over facts. I identify this way because I feel like it is. There's no gender.
See, I feel like that in itself is like, and it's funny because Erica Badu actually recently did an interview and she actually kind of talked about this, about how she kind of, well, I don't know if I say created, but she kind of like coined wokeness, and people just took that and made it into a whole other thing. Like, she considers wokeness to be like what he considers red pill to be, the truth. Like wokeness is literally just being aware of the reality of what it is. That's what wokeness is, and that's how Erica Badu kind of used it in like her music for a long time. Is that wokeness is just being able to recognize who you are and what that comes with. Now, wokeness to me isn't like what he's talking about. That's a completely different thing. But yeah, I feel like that wokeness and him using it and other people using it is like, it's kind of devalued its actual definition of it.
Nothing.
Just like how like a lot of words are, people like use words like racist and like all this other stuff to label people a certain thing, and now it's just kind of lost a lot of meaning. So it's kind of the same thing.
Matters. I do as I want. Everything that's promoted on social media.
Do you realize half of what you just described is how you've lived your life for the last year? Like feelings over facts, for example. You champion bullying. You think bullying needs to come back. I have never canceled you. Can you recognize that? I've actually always spoke out against deplatforming, if you've ever noticed. I spoke out against it.
No, but you were also disingenuous. When I called out the Soy Boy collage, you were like, these people just hurt my feelings. Most of those people actively advocated for my cancellation.
Nick is not green is the
That's
only
not
person.
True. That's not true. Ethan Klein celebrated and clapped when I was banned and said, good, finally this misogynist is banned. What happens on the internet, I understand. It's good to have back and forth. Bullying is good because it makes you have to develop your character in a different way. That's not why I was upset. I was upset because a lot of these people were secretly happy or secretly hoping that I was going to get banned because they disagree with my ideology.
But then why am I on that list when I've only ever spoke out against deplatforming? That seems like I'm there because I hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I thought it was funny because you do look like the rest of them.
I don't understand how, but we're not here to get into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, that I feel like is a lie, but whatever.
I guess. Now, after talking to Sneako, it became clear that he really lives his life fearful of wokeness. He is constantly haunted by the woke boogeyman, like he's trapped in Luigi's mansion, but every ghost is woke.
I think I'll keep this team. I might change this team a little bit because this is basically like a copy and paste. It's basically it's basically the same team. So I think I might change out one of these teams.
Sad to be in that state of, I guess, unease, where he's always feeling as though woke is breathing down his neck. It's haunting his dreams like Freddy Krueger. But I'm going to get into that just a little bit more in a second. I do want to mention that collage where he's claiming it's not people that hurt his feelings, it's people that like advocated for his cancellation and shit, which again, I never did. I have only ever made fun of him and insulted him. Or made fun of one of his friends that he felt the need to pick up the
Actually, I think I'll just make a completely like, hold on.
So I, under no circumstances, fit any of his definitions there, except for he thinks I look like the rest of the people there, which I have still not to this day seen a single living, breathing human being that has said, there is similarity between anyone on that collage. Fucking 30 people on that collage, and there's no similarity amongst any of them. All types of different backgrounds, faces, hair, everything. Beliefs. It's not even fucking close. I don't know what he's seeing there. Maybe he's like face blind, so he sees everyone as like
Face
a
blind.
default RuneScape character on
You know what?
Tutorial Island. I
I'll
don't
put back
know.
my hit team.
But anyway, back to the woke topic.
I'll put back the
I
Universe
wanted
Rep
him
team.
to define woke, and he gave me his definition of woke. To his credit, that was more than I would have expected, because last time I saw someone try to define woke, it was a fucking disaster. But he clearly does have at least some belief on what wokeness is and what it means to him. Now, he asked me if I think that's the biggest problem facing the youth today. And I didn't really get to get a clear answer in there because he kept switching kind of rapidly. My answer is no. But I do think the biggest problem that's plaguing the youth today is the fact that kids feel forced to choose sides so early in life, before their brain has even had a chance to develop. Now, whether you
I
want to
agree.
subscribe to one side of the political spectrum or the other, you are always being forced down one path in this level of tribalism where you always have to blindly support that side and hate everything and everyone on the other. I think
Yeah.
that shit sucks fuck. I think that's a horrible way of living life, and it leads to a situation that we see a lot now where people aren't friends with someone that don't share every single thing in common. For example, I have friends that I disagree with on many things, but we're still friends at the end of the day because we do have commonality.
Let me see.
like,
His
personality,
ultra
we have
ability is
fun. We don't need to agree on everything, and I wouldn't want that. I don't like
Yeah,
echo
Universe Rep.
chambers. And regardless of if
Same.
you're on the woke side or the anti-woke side, you put yourself in an echo chamber no matter what. And both sides eat you
Yeah.
alive if you so much as critique something about that side. It seems like it's constantly discouraged to
Yeah, it's just funny 'cause I was actually talking to my mom earlier about like these dudes who are like in the manosphere, red pill community, how all of that shit is just echo chambers. All that shit is just them talking the same talk, and if anybody disagrees with whatever they're saying, then they're just attacked for it. And that's something that I think is like just trash to me. I think it's just so terrible.
think for yourself. You have to be fed your thoughts, whether that's being fed the thoughts that Sneeko hates or being fed the thoughts that Sneeko champions. It's always being fed your own idea, their ideas, and then you try and adopt them as your own, and any kind of deviation from that is frowned upon in the communities. And in fact, if you decide you don't want to go down either of those paths and you try and like take information from both sides and form your own perspective, you get insulted for being a centrist. What is the meme? Enlightened centrist? There is no winning. The only winning move is not to play. That is what I feel the biggest problem is for the youth, is forcing them to make these decisions where they have to play for one team or the other for their whole fucking life, and then regardless of which side you choose to go to, you still get eaten alive by members
I don't know
of
why
the
that's Rival
same
Universe is so
community
dumb.
if you're somewhat out of line or thinking too hard for yourself. That's what I think the biggest problem is with growing up with social media and Twitter constantly plaguing people's minds, which in turn leads to everyone being miserable and mad at everything and everyone. And I also think it lends itself to making everyone more isolated and lonely, because then they lock themselves online, constantly fighting battles for their ideology on Twitter with fucking random bot accounts and actual nonsense every hour of every day. So that would be my answer to what is actually plaguing the youth.
Similar. Overall, and you can see it with the Fresh and Fit video that you still haven't corrected, where you called Fresh a virgin. A lot of it, and you see people that hate me, they're like, oh, this alpha male, this alpha male, this alpha male Sneeko, and I've never once called myself that. I don't think I'm an alpha male. I advocate towards things that are conservative. I advocate towards Islamic values. That doesn't mean that I think I am an alpha male.
I've never
In fact,
called
I
you an
don't.
alpha male. You're
That is
talking
the
to
general
someone.
consensus, though. You've called my friends that. You've called Fresh and Fit that, and you haven't.
They call them.
corrected when.
You are really hung up on fighting for the honor of Fresh and Fit. What
Facts.
I did was exactly what you.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's like, bro, why are you so hung up on fighting for them, bro? Get off they dick.
Preach. I made fun of him. Calling him a virgin is a joke. Do I think he's actually a virgin? Probably not. And it's not even a good joke. Like, that's the laziest joke of all time. Which is why
Yes.
it wasn't like the crux of it. I just made it as a throwaway statement in the middle of a rant about his ridiculous story. This is something that clearly weighs heavy on the mind of Sneeko, where I insulted his friend, and my god, he has not let that go. This has become like his Vietnam, because it really seems to have taken a big toll on his psyche. He believes I owe a retraction and apology for making fun of him and calling out his story.
Nope.
And he says that I was wrong about all of it, even though, I'll play the clip in a moment, further into our conversation, he also admits he doesn't know if he actually fucked the 3 women that he claimed he did. Nobody knows. The story itself is outrageous. What they proved is he had DMs, like a conversation with the NBA player, but that doesn't corroborate the whole story. There is no apology or retraction necessary. It is still such a fucking crazy story he told that probably wouldn't even happen in the most obscure Brazzers porno ever.
Don't correct your mistakes. You were wrong about Fresh and Fit. You were wrong about Andrew Tate, and you were wrong about the movie Cuties.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you tied it back to Cuties, but before we get back to that, how am I feel like I'm one of the very few people on the internet who corrects himself. Whenever I make a mistake, I do go and make a clarification. For example,
I do kind of want to put Roshi back on the team, actually. As much as I like UI Goku, he's like a revival character and that's cool. No, I kind of want to put Roshi back on here at TBH.
And made fun of him, and I didn't know the full context. Once I got the full context,
maybe I'll make a variation where Roshi is on here, but yeah.
In more depth, with more clarity. I always do that. With Fresh and Fit, you really hung up on this idea that he fucked 3 women that night after meeting an NBA player at a bar, and they exchanged Instagram information, and it turns out they were Eskimo bros with the same girl's pussy. Like, it's an outrageous story. Now, whether or not it's true, you haven't proved it either. Were you there watching him fuck? Were you cheering him on?
He verified it. He showed the DMs with the basketball player. They did the whole podcast verifying the story.
DMs...
That don't mean nothing.
Okay, so you didn't correct that. They did verify the story. You didn't correct it.
Did they have the basketball player? Did they have the basketball player and the 3 girls he fucked come on and be like, oh my god, he absolutely plowed the shit out of me. It was the best sex of my life. Did he have...
that would never happen, but he did show the DMs with the basketball player verifying the story and that he did go to the party. Whether or not you want to believe he was with 3 women, I wasn't there either. I guess we're never going to know. But he did get the DMs from the basketball player.
To add on to this, if there's even small elements of that story that are somewhat true...
I'm pretty sure I thought I had more than one of these.
The whole thing is still embellished because the story he told is a work of Tumblr fan fiction. It is not exactly how it played out under no universe, especially not for him. He is an extremely sensitive guy. He would probably have started crying after the first round of sex instead of going right to the next girl. Like, it is just not something that happened, and even if there is some elements of truth to the story, the whole thing is probably still not 100% accurate, and even still, the whole core of the video is the same. I was making fun of the guy. That would still stay entirely intact. Now, I'm getting carried away with Fresh and Fit here. The conversational topic here was about not correcting things that I've got wrong. And I've actually prided myself on being willing to accept when I'm wrong. I think that's one of the most important qualities a person can have in something that is
what's up, Jimmy?
Very unfortunately absent from most people in the current day and age, where everyone has this complete reluctance and this like, ooh, yuckiness, I can't be wrong, I have to be perfect all the time attitude.
I shouldn't even click that.
I'm willing to embrace and accept when I get things wrong, which is why I've made so many videos saying, I was wrong about this, got this wrong, this one was off, and adding more clarity to situations.
That's actually a very true thing. I feel like there are people who just do not want to accept that they've been wrong, which, hey, listen, I just want a part of this is just being a person. Like, you're going to get things wrong. You know, sometimes you assume things, you jump the gun on something, and you're wrong. And you just have to admit that you are wrong. You know, there are things that I've done and that I've said that I've had to apologize for. And at the time, I thought I was right, but then I had to look back on and be like, you say, you know what? I was wrong when I did that. And I apologize. And that's that. And just move on. That's not to be a thing where, like, you have to be right all the time. You don't have to be right all the time. You don't have to, like, stand on whatever morals you got from somebody else on the internet. Just admit that you're wrong or that you changed your mind or your view on something. It's not that bad. And the racing predictions are probably a transforming Vegito Blue. I feel like that's probably pretty likely.
That I've covered when more information came out, or if something turned out to be fraudulent. I have done that for years, and I always have. In the case of Fresh and Fit, there is nothing to fucking correct. Now, I'm going a little out of order of our conversation because we kept bouncing back and forth between certain things, fucking pinballing around, but I'm trying to connect all the points together. So we're going to talk about the Andrew Tate thing in a moment. That's something we talked about for a little bit because Tate is very clearly someone that is a heavy influence in Sneako's life. But before then, I do want to focus on a couple other things we talked about, and that's him victimizing himself constantly. This is something I've called out, and I wanted to hear his perspective on it. A lot of the things you critique the woke for are ones that you actively partake in. Victimization, that's a big thing with the woke, right? Constantly playing the victim. Do you recognize how often you play the victim in terms of, like, I'm being canceled, everyone's against me?
In all the parts, part 1... Had Goku and Frieza, Part 2, Orange Piccolo, Part 3, Ultra Vegito Blue. Interesting. A little bit all over the place with the theme, but I can see it definitely happening. I could definitely see it happening because it was but like, and I say it's kind of all over the place, but it's kind of how it was the last anniversary, because we had Tournament of Power as Part 1, we had Wrath of the Dragon as Part 2, and then Part 3 was the Blue Saga. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. So yeah, that's possible. Wouldn't be mad at that.
You go on your Discord to talk more about it. Even this morning, talking and naming and shaming people that you think have slighted you as like a cancellation. You do the exact same things. Like, you are also an SJW.
That's not victimizing. That's actively pointing out that literally every streamer, the entire internet, all of YouTube, reacted to your video. I drop a response where I even apologize for going out of character and getting emotional. And then people... It's a million views.
This is exactly why you go in your fucking house, nigga. That's what I'm saying. Why the fuck are you outside talking to this man? Go in your damn house where there's internet.
Nobody watching my riddle.
Each universe very focused star if future right now, Orange Piccolo would get them grossing. It's possible. It's definitely possible. I don't know if they would drop Orange Piccolo just like by himself, but it's definitely possible that they could. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop Orange Piccolo by himself, but yeah. We'll see. We'll see when the anniversary comes around.
Of them react and making me die in an animation, but nobody wants to see what I have to say. I've become a caricature on YouTube rather than somebody who has something to say. I've become a meme because
I know I've seen that equipment somewhere.
That's
Where
not
is it?
victimizing. That's actively pointing out how strong censorship is and how people on mainstream platforms can run with the narrative when you're not there.
The way you just justified it is a way many other people that you call playing the victim would also be able to justify things. The point is, when you are constantly whining and talking about how you're being attacked, it is still being victimized. I tried to point a mirror at him to point out that a lot of the things he criticizes others for is things that he actively does himself, and the one I focused on was victimization, because the way he justifies, playing the victim is justification people have used in the past that he calls out. So I was just trying to illustrate that it's not only hypocritical, but also just kind of silly that he, with all of his beliefs, still plays the victim and whines so much on Twitter. But that point wasn't really landing. We just kept kind of going in a circle about that one, so I don't want to focus on it too much here.
It's disingenuous, and now we're having the debate, but you would rather DM and go and make this about drama. Oh, let me go and react and do more drama content rather than have a conversation.
But I never
and I'm
did
glad
that.
You're doing it now.
But you have to remember that I didn't start any of this. You reacted to me telling jokes about your friend and then had your audience tell me, and that went on for like 2 weeks, and so eventually I explained why I don't like you.
Oh, what the
and
hell?
then when I did that, that was the only time I planned on talking about you. You went on.
Oh, I didn't know
stream
this
to
was.
threaten
Oh, I
me,
didn't know this
and
was
you
back.
kept it up for
Okay, good to
3
know.
months, adding me.
Good to know. I didn't know that was back.
You actually think I was threatening you?
Whether or
You're
not
gonna
you
talk
were.
about victimized. You're gonna think. Okay, you're gonna say victimized. And you're gonna say I'm actively trying to threaten you by saying a clips joke on a stream.
I don't think you were actually coming after my life. It doesn't change the fact that for 3 months you continued to carry it on. I wasn't reacting to you. I wasn't even talking about you. This was a quick point that I think he did see my side on. He likes to make the claim that I was farming him for views and AdSense money, which couldn't be further from the truth. I never wanted to talk about Sneeko. I never had plans of doing it. He kept poking and prodding me until I did. And then, once I did, he wasn't happy that I was so mean in my response that for 3 months he did carry on this very one-sided beef until, once again, I decided to spit and play in the pig pen, and I made a tweet firing back at him after months of not even mentioning him, and then made a follow-up video. But it was never part of my agenda to do that. And I think after explaining it to him, he did see that he was really the instigator. And I am glad that he did have that, realization after our conversation, that he was willing to accept that. I think that is healthy, that he was open to seeing that, okay, maybe I was wrong and his intention wasn't drama AdSense farming.
What do you think that I've said that I don't believe in?
So we'll use our beef, for example. You think I'm weak for not taking you up on a boxing fight. But on the same side of that coin, you won't take Brandon Buckingham up on that boxing fight. The whole point was, I don't stand by my beliefs because I won't fight you for it. Well, with that perspective, why wouldn't you fight Brandon Buckingham when you feel so strongly about your beliefs and he says the same things I do? Wouldn't you want to prove
Because
that you stand by?
The first fight that I want to take would be against somebody, one, who has more clout than me. Two, I disagree with ideologically. I don't disagree with him ideologically at all.
But he says the same things I say about you.
This person has been obsessed for a long time. He's suing me for emotional distress. Personally, I don't care about this person, and there's no benefit for me to take my first fight with this person.
So then
if
your
I fought
beliefs.
somebody, I challenge.
So then
the reason I was banned on Twitter for challenging Hasanabi to a fight. One, because a lot of people want to see that. He's well known. He disagrees with me completely. There's a lot of tension for that fight. If I fought you, you have said a lot of things that are very negative about me. There's beef in the air. And you talk a lot about me, so things that you probably wouldn't say to my face. It would be an entertaining fight.
But that's not the point. The whole point is you think I am weak and you keep harping on this for not taking you up on the fight. But you won't take someone up on a fight that's saying the exact same things I am. So it seems like the beliefs, you don't stand by that strongly if you're not confident you can make a spectacle.
Charlie, we both know you wouldn't accept the fight.
Right, I've made that very clear.
We both know. Even when I challenge you, we both know. It's to point out that a lot of people talk a lot of talk online, and they never have to face the consequences because they stay in their room gaming all day. That was to point it out. Men are tired of seeing this back and forth internet drama. They want to see people go and settle it. I've never said a word about this person that you're bringing up. I haven't said a word about him since last summer. I won't say his name publicly again. I'm being sued for emotional distress. I'm leaving that alone. I have no problem with this person. We have gone back and forth. We're going back and forth on Twitter. People want to see it. People are tired of these keyboard warriors going back and forth. That was to point out the fact that men should not feel so comfortable talking a lot of talk on Twitter that they would never say in person.
You made claims of Brandon Buckingham being like a rapist and shit. Wouldn't that be something that you'd want to fight about at that point?
That was not a claim that I made. I
can't remember the specifics of it, but you did toss out the word rapist when talking about Brandon Buckingham. I don't remember the context it was used in, but you did mention it, right? So why is all of a sudden that now beneath you? Like, you don't have any problems with him now after he's willing to fight. The point is, you're talking about...
Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to look at Pui stuff.
Consequences. Well, what about you? You said these things. He's trying to give you those consequences that you think are so important, and you won't take him up on it. There is a clear hypocrisy.
That was a different example. The guy was a previous fan. It's a giant misunderstanding.
Actually, no, I will say this, Jimmy, if you're still here. I will say if we get a major universe rep drop this month, then I am more inclined to believe that the part 1 of the anniversary would be some kind of tag Goku and Frieza. If there was like a universe rep related drop like this month, then I would be more so to believe it. But maybe they wouldn't do that. Maybe it would just be something completely random that people would either like not even really, pay attention to. I don't know. Because they kind of did the same thing last year with the androids. Because the androids was right before UI Goku. So maybe that won't be the case. But yeah.
There's a lawsuit involved, so I can't talk about this too much. But that is not what I accuse him of. I do not think he is that word. I never said that about him, and that's a lie. He wants to do it because there's a
wow.
But that's irrelevant.
Well, it's all tying back into...
Oh, that's his green card. I thought that was a blue card.
Things that you preach against, you yourself embody.
Yeah, that was just
use this as a gotcha
full
moment.
screen.
I do think it's important to illustrate here that Sneeko is still denying this claim, even though there's tons and tons of video evidence where he does say that Brandon Buckingham was threatening to rape.
I'm pretty sure he had his gauge, right?
Multiple times. And
it said
it
said restore advantage. So
fighting Brandon Buckingham,
I don't know
if he was open to it for defending the beliefs and stuff, which is the point I was trying to make.
I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Literally said that. And he said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend, bro.
This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend.
Bro, nothing warrants saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Saying you're gonna R-word my girlfriend? He said that? Yes. Word for word. I'm going to R-word your girlfriend.
Okay, talking shit by threatening R-word.
Claiming that someone said they're going to rape someone is insinuating they are a rapist for making the threat. So... this is just a point that I think he was way off the mark on because he did make these accusations against Brandon Buckingham.
Your energy, $50 on a course from
wow.
millionaires, or watching a gaming streamer for 6 hours every night.
Well,
Watch this.
he didn't use the course to get rich. He's getting rich from the course, the same way that the course that you're selling is not like your main way. That you make
Damn.
money. You are
I did not
making
think he
money
would
from
launch a
that
blast.
course now, as opposed to what the
I did not think he would just YOLO that blast. I thought maybe, oh, he
getting
won't expect me to
completely
just launch it right here, so why not?
That's just not true. That's not my main source of income. I enjoy doing it, and it's a great way to have a network. And you talk about all the lonely men that are out there. What are you doing to go and help these people? We understand that there's a problem with loneliness of men. People get in there, they ask me questions about how do I network better? How do I find people who are like-minded? You give them advice, and you can see them transform their life. I'm curious as to what you think is a better alternative, because you stream gaming for 6 hours. Is that a better solution to men who are lonely watching you play video games, or giving advice to men who don't know how to find a community of like-minded people who don't know how to make money online and want to live a lifestyle where, look, I'm in Japan. You're still in the same room that I've seen you in since high school.
I can go places. I choose not to. I'm happy here the same way you're happy traveling in Japan. Like, these are non-arguments that you're making. It's the same argument
I've
of
never
why.
seen you outside of your room. And I don't know how many years I've seen you on YouTube. I've never seen you out of your room. I've seen you.
And nigga, what the hell does that have to do with anything? This is what we're talking about, bro. Like, what did he actually be talking about at a certain point? Like, who cares that you've never seen this man in Japan or any other country? Who cares?
With dildos in your room, throwing it at each other and your friends. I've never seen you travel. I've never seen you network with other people. I've never seen you show your audience what's possible if they make money as well.
I messed up on that.
I've seen you play video games since like 2016.
In one of the clips you showed of me, I am outside at Gasparilla with my girlfriend. What are you talking about? We got into a little bit more of a heated argument about this point. I do still take great issue with gurus charging for courses, much like Sneeko does with the Creativity Kit, and it's something he actually pitched a lot during our conversation, so it seems something that he strongly believes in. I don't know if that's
Cool.
because of the monetary gain he experiences from it, or if he truly believes it is something that's changing lives, but he did pitch it multiple times because I pointed out that I don't like.
Why'd you destroy the ult?
Exploitative to people that are desperate and looking for anything, whether it's a sense of community or a sense of here's how to get success.
Thought that maybe he was gonna come up and like in tab.
Really, the success is built upon the people.
The paralysis. I didn't know I was paralyzed.
At least the majority of the time, that's the case. And then he made the false claim about, you don't showcase what's possible because you stay in your room a lot, which I do stay in my room a lot. But there is so much content on my channel where I'm outside of my room. It's baffling that he'd even try and make that claim with a straight face. And even in the number one thing he showed for me, which is the picture of me and my girlfriend, we are literally outside at a party. So I don't understand why he keeps making that claim that I don't leave my room or I'm only in the house. But it is something that I fought him on, and he did clearly see he was incorrect on. So another thing he was willing to concede. But still maintaining
thought I'd be able to match that.
Like
That's fine.
$50 a month isn't a lot of money, especially for the value he believes people get out of it. And maybe I can only speak for everything I've ever seen, but I've never read or met someone who is successful because they bought a online guru's course. I only ever see or hear about the people who've lost so much more money than they ever had to spend because they're chasing this fucking hopium that's being
And
thrown
bye-bye.
their way with these courses and guides. Now again, Sneeko's might not be that. I haven't read it, I'm not 100% sure, but the vast majority of these guru courses are completely worthless scams. You're talking about things that are agreeable, and this is what I've said about Andrew Tate. He doesn't always say silly, dumb shit, but he does, and he couples it with good, real things, like you mentioned, porn addiction is a problem. Like, no one's gonna disagree with that, but everything that you're sprinkling in outside of it is totally fucking irrelevant to the rest of it, man. You going and flexing on your audience isn't showing them what's possible.
That's honestly what a lot of these dudes in the manosphere do. They say one thing that's factually true, and they try to back it up by saying other things that are true, but have nothing to do with it. Like, for example, Fresh and Fit do the exact same thing. They be like, well, men and women are different. And then people are like, okay, well, expand upon that. And they're like, well, stuff like, I don't know, like, well, men, something like, well, when you're like in danger, men are expected to protect you. And it's just like, I mean, yeah, but that doesn't explain why men and women are different. Like, so
It's showing what's possible when they're paying for your lifestyle. The advice you give, you thrive off them staying miserable, right? The second they get happy, the second they get money,
No,
the second
I definitely don't.
they will not
I
be paying
definitely
for your
don't.
course
If
anymore.
If my audience does not get value from my content, they're going to leave. The reality is that streamers and content creators like you, the audience always grows up. They watch a little of the gaming content, then they grow up. They're not learning anything, and so they go to another content creator. They go to somebody else who's popular or trendy. You need to add value to the audience, or else they are going to grow out of it.
And the
I know
value
the pressure of that.
the value of most things is entertainment. What you used to do was humor interlaced with your stuff. Now it's just preaching to the choir of people that already subscribe to your hive mind. It's you're still doing the same thing.
That's what you see on Twitter because that's the only mainstream platform that I'm still allowed.
Ah, dang! I thought I had that.
I have watched your
in a couple
streams.
weeks. When I watch my stream for 4 hours, it's not preaching. A lot of it's humor. My motto is seek truth through funny.
Which
I
you've
look at
abandoned.
what's going on in the world.
It seems you have completely abandoned that. I have watched your streams. I have. A lot of it devolves into just talking again about the same things you always mention: soy boys, bots, woke mind virus, and then dancing around.
Dang, I messed up
And then
again.
Always trying to defend
Yeah, see,
the
doing that
other
on
side of something
mouse is
It's the
definitely
same
not.
formula over and over again because that's
not
how
used to
you
it just
found
yet.
to keep your audience hooked. It's no different than
That's
people
not true.
that
I go on Omegle and I'm joking around for an hour, 2 hours. I bring on my viewers and we joke to each other. I bring on people, real life people. They sit next to me and we joke around.
Wow, I thought for sure we would die there, but we didn't.
The
jokes I just did a podcast with Ryan Dawson, uncovering Epstein and uncovering the truth about 9/11, which I really recommend that you go see, to an alternative platform that's labeled as an alt-right
Okay.
conspiracy website, and still maintain the same audience. You can't do that by repeating the same things every day. You have to add some value.
But you can. That's the number one grift right now. As long as you are contributing to an echo chamber, the people will not leave you. You form a reliance where they're constantly suckling your tit for validation that their point of view is the right one. And the more that you claim the victim, the more that solidifies and cements.
His 17's engaged just got up, which is why my thing is locked.
Talking about the woke mind bias for a long time, and now
And
my audience
Dragon Ball got
wants to
destroyed
get into
too, so
those things, I've been interviewing different
boom.
people. I did a whole podcast uncovering Epstein and who's actually on the client list because that's one big conspiracy theory that people want to know more about. I did an entire podcast
Thought he would switch.
covering 9/11 and
There's
the
the
Iraq
switch.
War and what happened and why war is created by deception. I'm getting into more things because if you get repetitive, they're gonna leave.
Admittedly, I do feel bad doing one thing that I hate when other people do, which is, like he mentions, box him into categories. Because it is very possible, outside of all the content I've watched from him, that he does other things. Now, I have seen a lot of him. I've watched quite a few streams now, out of curiosity, since his big meltdown with the whole dancing with the gun thing about our beef. So I went on there and I did watch some of his streams from that point forward, but they always went the same way. But I do think it was unfair of me to try and box it in and say he's always doing the same thing when it is entirely possible that it's just my exposure to it and what I've seen so far. So I do completely concede that it is possible he does more and talk about more than just what I see on
Whew,
Twitter and
the
the
timing is impeccable.
But it is worth mentioning later into this discussion, he
It may not kill him,
boxes
though.
me in and says all I do is sit in my room playing video games on stream for 7
Well,
hours a day.
when I say kill, I mean
So
like
he
pop
is
his
still guilty of the
his
same
first
things
life,
he
but no, it
accused
did.
others of, which is a point I like to make, but he doesn't fully realize when I say it to him. But hopefully, you know, after our conversation, he does take a step back and recognize, like, okay, I am guilty of a lot of the things I'm accusing others of. But anyway, that was a point that was kind of branching off from the core topic at this moment of the discussion, which was courses. I have no respect for people that are selling courses on, like, here's how you make money. The number one way to make money, guaranteed success. You're gonna, you know, make it with this one. Give me this amount of money every month for my book. I always find that to be exploitative, shitty, scummy, and completely useless. Those kind of creators, those kind of people, they rely
Yeah,
on
he had no choice there.
desperation. So let's think about this logically. Why would someone who's selling courses on happiness and how not to be lonely, how to get laid, or how to make money, why would they actually want you to succeed? Because then they lose you as a customer. It is far
True.
more in their interest to keep you miserable to keep buying the product.
Yep, it's the same thing with a lot of people in the medical industry. It's like a lot of them. It's like if they help you when you're sick or injured, it's like, well, then they lose out on on somebody who will give them money. So they want you to stay sick or not 100% well, so that way you keep on buying medicines, keep on doing this, that, and the third, and recommend you to places where you have to spend even more money. So it's kind of the same. It's kind of that whole same concept. Like, people profit off of your pain, and as long as you stay being in pain, they keep on getting money out of it.
And it is something a lot of them are guilty of doing. Now, I haven't seen Sneako's creativity kit, so I can't say for sure if he is also guilty of it as well. Maybe he does try and offer legitimate advice and actually help people. It is possible. But that's not the case for the vast majority of them, which is why I always call it out as this is scummy, or at the very least, unnecessary. We live in a time where you have access to all the information you could ever want. You just need to search it up. You don't need to be paying people that you view as successful to learn their secrets, when those secrets they're revealing aren't what they used to get wealthy in the first place. It's selling you hope. When you are buying their product, you are filling their pockets. That is the product, the book. Not what's in it, it's the book. They're making their money off your purchase of the book. They're not making their money off of the advice they've given you, at least not the majority of the time. And that's what I was trying to talk about here.
What are your beliefs? What are they? I don't know them. Can you tell me what you believe in?
Yeah, I feel like I've made my beliefs very clear. I am very firmly on the side of there are certain things, and it's going to be different for everyone, that make people happy. And main thing I want is for people to be happy. I don't like that men are alone, which is why a lot of the advice I give is telling them to get out of their comfort zone and start with something like the gym. The gym is a very social environment. It's an environment where everyone's working towards similar goals. You immediately surround yourself with like-minded people, and maybe you make a connection at the gym. Maybe you can find a friend there, but even if you don't, you are out of your comfort zone in an environment where people are working for a similar goal. And that already changes your mindset as a person. You've given yourself a goal, you are acting on it, and now you're surrounded by people that are also in a similar boat. I think, most importantly, is I want people to be happy, and a lot of times they can't find that. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with escapism, like watching someone play a game, or even playing games yourself. Watching a sport, playing a sport yourself is also great. I play pickup basketball every Thursday. Getting out, talking, outside of a comfort zone, instead of sitting online making 20,000 tweets on the Sneako Twitter, I think is not productive. Replying to Sneako...
I agree. I definitely do agree with that. Getting out of your comfort zone is definitely something that I feel like a lot of people, well, not just a lot of people, everybody really should do at a certain point to evolve yourself as a person. Because, also if you're somebody who claims to have very strong beliefs about something, well, then when you put yourself in a position where those views are now being challenged, that lets you know whether or not you stand on those beliefs or not. So, yeah, I definitely do agree with him there, which is also why I decided to recently get back into the gym. So now I'm going to be going to look at different gyms around where I live. Well, I say different, but mainly just two of them that I know of that seem pretty cool. So, yeah, that's like one thing that, I used to go to the gym, pretty consistently after my surgery. And then I just kind of fell off, and then, but now I recently made the decision to do that again because going to the gym is actually something that I actually really like to do. And Spark, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. My favorite tag to use? That's actually a good question. I haven't really put that into thought. Might just be Future, TBH. It might just be Future, but also Hybrid Saiyan. That Hybrid Saiyan has been up there for a while. But yeah, probably right now it'd probably either be Future or Gaki. One of those two. It's probably my favorite ones to use right now. Universe Reps is pretty fun too with Hit. That's a pretty fun team, but yeah. But yeah, he's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong. So that's why I made the commitment to kind of get myself back out there into the gym just to, well, not only for like health reasons, but also, just because I just like doing it. I like to exercise, People may look at me and think, that's a damn lie. But I actually do. I actually do like to exercise. I like to, kind of put myself out there. So, yeah, that's definitely something I feel like everybody should do is just kind of get out of their comfort zones and, do things a little bit different to, expand upon your horizons.
Goes Twitter, replying to my Twitter. None of it I think is productive. I've had Twitter since 2012. I've made 2,600 tweets, and half of those are just shit posts or a retweet. I think all of that, locking yourself inside as a recluse, living in this completely toxic landscape like Twitter, is the most detrimental thing for a person, and that extends to TikTok as well. I think TikTok has absolutely ruined people's brains in terms of what they can even stomach as an attention span. Having to have like Subway Surfer underneath a video of someone talking because you can't focus long enough, I think it's all a problem. So the things I talk about are usually geared towards either entertaining people for 8 minutes a day or whatever, or during a stream if they're already home from work and just need to unwind. I think all of that is fine. But I do always try and give some level of advice. My background, I don't know if you know, I'm a human science graduate with a concentration in exercise physiology. I believe very firmly in the mind-body connection in terms of strength building and muscle building. It's going to change your whole brain chemistry, and it will help improve the way you're looking at the world.
I agree with that too. I've been playing Legends consistently, mind you. I've been playing it consistently since the second anniversary. When it first came out, I got on it, but I didn't really have time to really keep up with it, so I just kind of left it alone. And yeah, the second anniversary was when I started to, a little bit before the second anniversary was when I started playing it consistently. But no, I definitely do believe him about like the whole like, mind body thing and how that's all connected and shit like that. Cause the most important muscle in your body is your mind, because your mind is literally connected to your body, and how your mind feels and how your mind works affects your body. So yeah, when you have a more positive mindset, and a lot of that does come with, being healthier and doing things that make you happy, you'd be more productive. You have a different outlook on the world. So definitely do agree with that with him there.
So that's one of the big things I talk about, is even if you're 100% comfortable with your body, there is no reason not to at least try to make these kind of differences and change your perspective on things. It doesn't even have to be a body issue. It helps your mind overall. I am always against people paying for advice from so-called gurus and professionals, because you don't need it. The beauty of the internet is it is an unlimited repository of all
Bestow
of the
power.
knowledge.
What the hell
Just
does
this
that mean?
compendium of
He's demonstrated by
every
allies
piece of
when
information on every subject
Oh.
you could want. And you can access it for free. Under no circumstances do I ever advocate for someone paying up to $50 a month for advice they
It's
can
a health
freely
booster.
find
That's actually
right
pretty
now.
good.
Even if it doesn't come with
Yeah,
a built-in.
gamers always have the argument, but then they never talk about how
The
college is
Banish
a waste of
bag.
time and that people go
But
into
I-
$50,000 to $100,000 in debt from people who aren't vetted millionaires. If you could pay $50 and talk to a vetted millionaire who has made money online in a way that they don't teach in school, $50 is a steal.
But
People
you see
get really upset about this because you're paying somebody directly and you know who you're spending the money on. You don't get upset about college because you don't know the principal, you don't know the headmaster, you don't know the donors. They're nameless people behind a university.
So
the point of the network is collection of information concentrated in one place, and also the network of people that you can find. Right here, I'm in Japan traveling with somebody that I met from
What the
the
fuck makes this
creativity
stuff?
kit.
That's good.
That is something that is invaluable and that you will only find by paying $50, which is not a huge price.
Event exclusive
That
or
is a
Majin
big
Buu
price,
Saga.
but also, do you see what just happened there?
Interesting.
You went in.
$50 is a huge price. That's the same price as your merch.
Try
that you
cover,
use to
come with blue
advertise
cards.
drama. Would you rather your
Oh,
audience
another
pay
reduced it.
$50 for a T-shirt from a gamer, or they meet somebody? that
Okay, so
they
he
go
can't get
start
up
a
to
business
what,
with?
70% reduced. See, that's
Merch
good.
isn't $50 for a T-shirt, but regardless, what I want you to recognize is what happened there.
Fine,
I was
Specific
talking.
it is.
And Trinelli and Majin Buu.
It's still not, but with what just happened there is I was talking about something, and you went into PR speak and salesman mode to talk about your course.
Okay, so he does kinda
And you
have, like,
attributed something to me that I actually talk against. I actually have
17's
spoken many
ability with
times
his
about
vanish.
why college
Okay.
just isn't right for everybody. It's not. It simply isn't. I think college provides an invaluable social experience where, if for the first time in your life, you're on your own. So you learn how to fend for yourself. You learn how to interact with roommates, strangers. So you get social skills. But college is not going to be a great fit for everyone, especially when it comes to certain academia positions, especially like in some art fields. I actually talk a lot about that. But you keep lumping me in with this perception of a gamer and these beliefs that you don't know anything about me on, and yet you still put me in there.
Then you should probably make them more clear. 'Cause
I do.
I've been personally watching your videos for years, and I had no idea about any of this.
So-
I've seen you gaming. I've seen you react to drama content. I didn't know that that was your method to make people happy, which I think is a narrow way of answering that question about what you believe in and what your belief system is.
I was still
but that's
going.
fine. But I'm glad that you said that, and I think that you should reiterate that more in your video to add more value to your audience.
So you said you've watched for a long time. These aren't secrets. I made a video 6 years ago. I just double checked. I uploaded a video 6 years ago called "You're Getting Fucked by College Textbooks." The entire video is about how college textbooks in particular are a massive scam and a very predatory system that universities are using. I do talk about these things. You are just not seeing them and then still putting words in my mouth. My beliefs, I think, are very clear to the people that watch. They're not a secret. They're not hidden. I make them very obvious. It was after this brief discussion here that the entire landscape of our conversation changed, and it became very clear Sneeko never knew anything about me to begin with. He keeps calling me a gamer,
Not surprising.
gamer, using the hard G on me, gamer.
RG, that's funny. But But yeah, it's like, yeah, it's clear that he really does not know anything about whatever else you say. He literally just uses whatever he wants to kind of further his his perspective on how he views him. Cause this whole thing of like, oh, well, you're just a gamer. All you do is it, bro. Have you literally not watched any of this dude's videos in the past like few years, or just period? Cause I've heard him talk about many different topics other than just games. Like he's talked about like politics, real life issues, all that stuff. Literally all that stuff he talks about. But again, he just does not. He just doesn't care. He just does not care to even talk about it. But it is what it is.
And I think that might be because that's the only content he ever watched.
Exactly.
But I really don't think I've ever made a secret what my beliefs are. I talk about them on stream. I talk about them in videos. I've never been fearful of it. And yet Sneako either pretends he never saw them, or maybe he just legitimately never saw them. But after explaining to him, he really seemed to change his whole tone about me as a person. I'm not a psychiatrist here or an expert in the field, but if I had to wager a guess, I think Sneako put an image of me in his head and attributed a whole ton of characteristics to that scarecrow that he put in there.
Yep.
That just isn't actually me in reality, and that's who he attacks so vehemently. Whereas I do know a lot about Sneako, because there is a big difference between us in terms of our belief. It's all the fuck he talks about. It's the only thing that ever leaves his mouth is always preaching about something or trying to make a big statement about their beliefs or their politics. Whereas that's not me. The main thing I focus on.
Ringman PvP, I could not tell you, CBH.
Purely for fun. It's
funny too, because I literally just got done playing PvP, but I just don't even pay attention that much to it.
There's never really anything too much deeper. Unless it's a topic I'm covering that I'm passionate about, or I have something more I want to add on to it about my own personal beliefs, then I do. I'm never afraid to. But it's not all I talk about, whereas for Sneako and a lot of people in his circle, their main content is talking about what they believe, whereas my main thing is just making entertaining shit. So maybe that's a core misunderstanding here, because he clearly didn't really know much about me. Whereas I do know a lot about him, since he is so open with everything. He wears his fucking heart on his sleeve. And I just disagree with...
Yeah, you good.
But a big difference is, I
think I just got to rank what, 62, something like that?
In fact, there is nobody in the world, not even my best friends, that I agree with on every issue, every time, and see eye to eye on everything. I don't like that anyway. I wouldn't want to have someone I agree with on everything. I think it's important to have different perspectives and different opinions. It's how you grow, and it's how you learn as well. So I don't get mad when people disagree with me or have different things that I don't agree with. That doesn't piss me off. But for Sneako, it clearly has, and
yeah, because I honestly feel the same way about him. I don't like echo chambers either, and I don't like having to, just be around people who we agree on every single thing together. Like, for example, with anime, I have friends who think that Fairy Tail's garbage. I personally don't think so, but hey, we can agree to disagree on that. I have friends who think that what's like another thing that's just like a random thing that we disagree on. About bullying, right? I have some friends who think that bullying should come back, and bullying shapes people into who they are. It's like, it's like, do I completely agree with that? No, but again, we can disagree and just move on and still have a good friendship. But yeah, a lot of these dudes in Sneako's community are all, they all just say and think the same shit. It's all big echo chamber, and that to me is just like, I don't know, it's just not very appealing to me.
He really didn't even know anything about me to begin with here until after our conversation. Now, I know I'm cutting up our conversation quite a bit here, but I'm just trying to focus on like the big chunk topics that we tackled. One of them that we did touch on quite a bit and got pretty passionate about is gaming. And
yeah, 62.
Sneako firmly believes that people that are gaming or watching sports are wasting their time. Completely valueless. Entertainment like that has no...
My thoughts on Trunks and My Zenkai? I think it's fine. I feel like a lot of people view it as like it's either mid or it sucks, and then it's like, it's whatever. I've always liked that unit, and I will continue to play with that unit. I was so excited when they got a Zenkai, and I'm still glad that they did get a Zenkai. I think I might just wait until I actually stack these up until I actually get them all the way full, unless there's a part in the event that I just can't get past. But yeah, I like them, and I will continue to use them, and yeah, I think they're fine. I think they're just fine.
No value whatsoever, and I kept trying to point out that there's nothing wrong with entertainment, like watching sports, watching movies, watching streams, playing games. All of that's fine in moderation. But Sneako only views it through one lens, which is excess, obsession, addiction. where all they do is watch sports, play games, do this and that, and then of course it is very detrimental and it is bad for overall health. I'm not going to bother showing clips from that because that one just really went in circles. I think there's just a fundamental disagreement there where Sneeko believes anything that's entertainment driven is just not worth it and time could always be spent better doing anything else. But then he puts his content on a pedestal that's an exception to his rule where, no, this content that I make is the one that's valuable. Everything else is worthless. This is the value. This, 4 hours, 5 hours of Rumble streaming and, whatever's going on over there, that's a good use of time, and all the other streams like gaming and all that's terrible. So that got really muddy and messy, and there wasn't really any way we met somewhere and like had a perspective that made sense to each other, because his stream is just as much guilty of being a waste of time by his definition as my stream playing a game. It's still a form of entertainment and escapism, no matter how you spin it. I don't see how your message is somehow bolstered by spamming slurs, for example, like during that stream with the gun. I couldn't listen to you because you kept saying slurs. How is that necessarily helping make people happy or positive in any way, shape, or form? What does that do to contribute to your overall goal? Because it's not humor either, so it's not seeking truth through funny. It's literally just spamming slurs because you were mad at me.
It is, the reason that it's funny is because I'm on a platform that has free speech, and you're not bound by wokeness where you can't say certain words and you're labeled racist or homophobic or transphobic, where you can say things even if you don't mean them because we're not trapped with words.
But why say something you don't... Why say something you don't mean, though? What does that do? Wouldn't that go against your ideology where you're, like, faking it?
That's not a word. A word doesn't encompass a whole belief system. A word can be funny. The word faggot is funny.
Okay.
That was the funniest thing you said this whole debate.
How is that? I don't.
You're laughing now. See?
Well, it's because it's just it's an outrageous claim. It's like talking to a child.
Well,
no, like
my point. It's
no.
outrageous. It's funny.
Your defense
This is
of
the
it.
First time we laughed this whole time. First time we laughed this whole thing.
This is
because of one little word.
Yes, because it's such a silly defense of it. It's like a child who hears fuck for the first time and he's like, "Woo, daddy said fuck." Like, things started to go a little goofy mode here, a little wacko style. So the slurs is something I've mentioned. I couldn't watch him on stream because he just kept saying the F slur. And my point here was, why? It doesn't really accomplish anything for his goals or anything like that. He's just spamming slurs, which makes it sound like he's just mad at me and trying to choose the word.
Actually, what are these like adventures for?
Now looking back on it, I do regret.
Oh, it's for these. Got it. Okay, it's for those to get them, I guess, all the way up there in case you can't. Got it.
By his explanation of all of it, that I totally forgot to expand, because he really only says the F slur, the homophobic slur, and he says it doesn't encompass a whole belief system. Okay, well then why is it only that slur? I don't think I've ever heard him start spamming the N-word, hard R, or anything like that. And he's very open about how much he appreciates the Islamic faith. I've never heard him use any slurs against Muslims or anything like that. So if you feel so strongly that
he had no help.
necessarily indicate your actual beliefs, then why aren't you using more slurs? Why don't you drop more racist slurs during your stream? Why is the only one you use the F slur? If this is really how you feel about those words, then why aren't you using all of the other slurs? If they don't mean anything, and you feel so comfortable with Rumble allowing you to use the F slur so loosey-goosey, why is it only that?
Okay, he'll probably have more health. Yeah, he'll definitely have more health.
I'm just curious if there's like a tier list of slurs for you. I would have liked to ask more on that, but I guess I'll do it now in post. Which it seems like you can recognize.
Do you believe that Andrew and Trista Tate are innocent?
That I don't know. They could be, and I've said that from the start.
You don't have a belief on that?
Well, because I don't have the evidence. They've been charged twice with the human trafficking, but none of the evidence is public.
You didn't look at all the victims and their allegations and how everything was exposed on WhatsApp, how they plan to make a Netflix movie out of this. All of that was online. I think.
But then,
if you cover current events, this is something you jump onto the pizza box, but you don't take the time to go and look at all the evidence that was debunked.
That's not true, though, because
why do you spend the narrative laughing at somebody falsely in prison, but you can't go and just look at a couple screenshots and see that as garbage? You're laughing at the pizza box putting 2 people in jail because of what you saw on Twitter. When I say the word faggot or I say a slur, it's just a funny word to say. There's no consequences for that. Nobody goes to jail falsely.
I have looked at the evidence from both sides. I always do. I don't just go to these tribes and just assume everything on my side is right and everything on that side is wrong. I take information from all angles in order to find where I personally sit on this perspective, on this situation. So, for the Tate brothers, being charged twice with human trafficking, while there is some shady shit from the victims, there is still real merit to some of the things that people were talking about, such as something you talked about as well. The taking of the passports from some of the women and getting there under the guise that they would be able to date them. Those are very odd, very peculiar things. So it's not like it's just, oh, all of that's wrong and we have to disregard all of it because this is here. There is, on both sides here, evidence that makes it a very complicated case, which is why it's gone on for so long, right? It's not one where I know the answer. They could be innocent, they could be guilty. I do think it's weird they've now been charged twice. There is some very odd things there because that's not exactly a light thing to come after someone for. And there is things that you have talked about.
Do you think that it's wrong that people can go to jail for 4 months without any evidence or charges?
And even outside of the Tates, I have said that in this country, where you can go to jail on suspicion of things without ever being charged. It's a problem. Yes, it is a problem.
Okay. I didn't see that video. I saw the video laughing about the pizza box putting him in jail.
Right.
Did you make a video about that?
Yes, and I talked. Well, it's in that video where I say I don't know if he's guilty. I don't like if there's real victims here. Like I would never celebrate someone being a human trafficker because there's victims. I wouldn't celebrate him being a human trafficker. That means there are real victims there. Even though I disagree with like his Hustlers University and a lot of the dumb shit he says, I wouldn't want him to be a human trafficker. That means there are real victims being in terrible situations. I did say that, and I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's innocent. Nobody does right now, except for them and whatever's going on in Romania. The joking about a pizza box is things I make about anything that has craziness around it, like the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. There's so much silliness there that I talk about, but at the end of the day, I don't know who's innocent or guilty. I'm joking about the goofiness of things that have come up, right?
I gotta get going.
Now, he mentioned Andrew Tate, and this is another thing. Andrew Tate is very clearly an important figure in Sneako's life. And I made 2 videos covering Andrew Tate. One of them joking about Hustlers University and just a lot of the silly things that he's done, and the other when he got arrested. So, let's talk about that.
They're actually smart with locking your Rising Rush when you log them in because they realize how toxic that is.
Online, especially ones that sell courses, he has to sprinkle in very agreeable things with some of his rants. So he has good things that he actually will say, especially in terms of like men and their loneliness, and how working out is extremely beneficial to helping with mentality and just general overall mood and well-being. So he does say agreeable things that I've always said he has done a decent job of with those certain topics. But on the whole, most of the things he says are just outrageous nonsense about like how he doesn't watch Star Wars and that's why he gets pussy and has expensive cars, or why books are stupid. Like, there's a lot of silliness there, and Hustlers University, I have always maintained, is completely exploitative of desperate men. So yes, I have made jokes about Andrew Tate. I am not their biggest fan. Now, when I did cover the arrest, I did mention the pizza box theory. At the time, that was reported by multiple outlets as a very real possibility that led to his arrest. So at the time I did report on it, I did say it seems, talking about like this being the speculation as to why they finally pursued him now. But yes, I do understand that that was heavily disputed after the fact, a couple days later. But I did talk about it and joke about the pizza box thing, which made Sneako in particular very upset, thinking that I was laughing at 2 men falsely imprisoned.
That pizza box thing was funny because I didn't believe that was actually how it even happened in my mind. It was just like, it was just a funny thing to talk about because like, really? A pizza box? That's what got him locked up?
Which I've never laughed about. I've laughed about the idea of Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate being thrown in jail because of pizza boxes.
Right, yes.
Laughed and made jokes about some of the tweets that Andrew has made while in jail, such as talking about practicing his dragon karate fist that would break through every known metal on Earth to fucking shatter tungsten or whatever. And yeah, I've joked about the tweet where he's talking about like ghosts that he's killed, making himself sound like the goddamn paranormal firing squad out there, keeping the halls of the prison safe from ghouls and spirits. And while I made jokes at the idea of a pizza box leading to prison time, it wasn't the actual core idea of 2 innocent men potentially being in jail that gave me a big hearty belly laugh or anything like that. It was the outrageous circumstances surrounding it. I don't know if they're guilty. As I said in the video, I don't know if they are. I do find it weird that they've been charged with the same thing twice with multiple raids now, but at the end of the day, if they're innocent, I don't want to see them in jail. The reasoning for keeping them in jail was like a potential flight risk, like leaving the country, so I guess that was the explanation for it. But I have talked in the past about being imprisoned with no charges as being something I don't fucking agree with, which isn't a controversial take. So all of these things that Sneako attributed to me were things that I didn't actually believe or, in my opinion, do. Talking about the pizza box thing the day that it happened wasn't outlandish. It wasn't until a couple days later where that was more debunked and heavily scrutinized. But even then, I still talked about it more of like a silly idea if this was the case. And the jokes I made about Andrew Tate were mainly about the response to Andrew Tate going to jail, like some of the unhinged tweets about how, well, if it's true, human trafficking's not really that big of a deal anyway, so it's still bullshit. It's not that big of a charge, which is still a crazy thing to say. The whole thing was never really about whether or not he truly was guilty or innocent, because I don't know. I still don't know. Nobody still knows because it's still an ongoing investigation. So we did talk about that. He did see where I was coming from, and I was appreciative that he was willing to hear my explanation for where I stand on all of that. And I do think that we came to understand each other's perspective on it. Getting towards the end of our conversation,
Oh, literally
we
in
started
like a
talking
couple hours.
once again about one of the things that I really tried to drive home and hope to have some kind of breakthrough on the way that he perceives jokes and insults, like, and trying to find what his line was. Because he calls a lot of things hit pieces, like when Willie Mack makes a video breaking down like a lot of Sneako's most baffling moments or like really big L's, Willie Mack will point them out and make jokes about it. That's not cancellation to me, but to Sneako it is. And I kept trying to get to the bottom of that, and we did have more discussion on it, but I don't think we ever really reached a ground where I like agreed with him on his definition of like what canceling is versus what joking is. So like Meat Canyon, he mentions he had no problem with it, he had a good sense of humor about it and found them to be enjoyable. Like, that's great. But then why doesn't that same thing extend to someone who also still makes jokes about it like Willie Mack did? When I really just feel like it's the same thing. There is deplatforming, advocating for deplatforming, and then there's just insulting someone. And I haven't seen a ton of people advocating for Sneako to be deplatformed, aside from a couple of very rare instances of that. The rest I see as people just dunking on him, the same way that he dunks on people he doesn't like. So we did just keep going in circles around that for like another 20 minutes, so I don't really think there's any reason to show too much of that. But I would like to get you to our closing statements, and then something crazy happened at the very end.
Look at the way that people who are telling the truth get painted as. They get painted as these incel, virgin, loser, racist, misogynist. They try to box you in instead of tell the truth about you, because I think that they don't like what you're talking about. But I would like for us to have another conversation in the future. I like that you have a good message about how people should be happy. I like that you're advocating for the gym and you're playing basketball and you're telling people to get out of their comfort zone. I think that those are all really good things. And I do think that you're funny. I can't deny about that. Like, it's a little monotone, but you're a funny guy.
I do appreciate the conversation. After our conversation, there really wasn't a ton of hostility left. I really feel like Sneako built me up very differently in his head to paint me as a villain in his own mind. And the reality is I just didn't match that description. Now, for me, I did know a lot about Sneako, but after talking to him, I feel like a large part of that is a persona that he's putting on. The way he conducted himself in this conversation, I was actually really surprised with. He was much more calm. Like, he is still very passionate, clearly, but he's not having a fucking conniption and a meltdown like I've seen him do so many times.
I probably wants to do like another
So I do
rotation
feel
on
like it was a productive conversation.
this
And
banner
there
just to
are
see if
things
I
that I will always disagree
do
with.
I
I'm not seeing
do
eye
I
to
do
eye
another
with a lot of
rotation
the
on
things
here?
he
I
talks
kind of
about,
want to.
and that's just the reality of
That's
it.
what a
It's
new
that
banner
way
are
with
you?
a lot of people. Like I said,
Yeah,
there's
another
no one
one.
in the
I
world
kind of
who
want to
can
do just one more rotation. I did a rotation earlier on stream and didn't really get much, but I kind of want to do just one more rotation before I get off and as this video kind of finishes up. Just to see if I get lucky, because as long as I get this trunks, I'm satisfied. I don't really care about anything else on this banner. Even though Cell looks cool, and I do like these guys, I really just want trunks and TBH, so I kind of want to try for it, so...
Like, if he truly does have a positive message he wants to spread, he did recognize that he hadn't been doing a super effective job of it as of the time of this conversation, and wanted to work on ways of rectifying that. I'm very curious to see how he goes about it, and if he truly was being genuine. So the conversation I do think was a pretty fascinating.
Should we look at the deep part of this for a
important
second?
one to
Okay,
have.
so
And one thing that happened that I still can't believe is real is during our conversation, people came up to him to talk to him, and
Okay.
me as well during this.
just wanted to see something
It
on there.
comes from a place of cope and of jealousy because they see people.
I do
who are
want to
living
summon
a
on this at
lifestyle
least one more time, at least one more
and instead
rotation,
of admitting that there's a different path or admitting that they could have a good point, they try to bring down their
because
character.
there'll be
That's
opportunities to
honestly
save
my
for
favorite
anniversary
thing.
anyway.
The
There'll be
intentions that I
opportunities to
see
save,
people
and events will
collage,
come out
they're not
to help you
pure,
with crystals
they're not
anyway.
good.
So
It's jealousy and it's hate.
And again, that is still something they could say about you as well. That's just one of the things I was
fair,
really.
and that's fair, and that's why you made me realize that I need to this whole hate brigade on Sneeko in the recent weeks. And I'm going to repurpose my message now. I'm not gonna.
like this blue card is so cool.
Yo, do you know Moist Critical? Hey, say what's up to him right now. We're saying hi. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, look.
I follow you on Twitter. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just traveling the world right now. Yeah, we saw Meat. What did you think of the Meat Canyon video?
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hey Charlie, what's up, man?
It was
Hey,
funny.
how's it
We
going,
laughed
man?
About it.
Cool.
Hey Charlie. We squashed the beef.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I've been
actually more able to talk to you more.
It's funny.
I think that's a good way to end it on. Hope we could talk again in the future. I don't think we should have beef. And yeah, you did. I want to thank you for starting that whole Sneeko hate.
Fuck it, I'll do
because
it.
it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I am guilty of doing the same things that I am mad about, and I do attribute a lot of that to being canceled and a lot of resentment about that. But I just have to spread positivity now and not engage in the same type of behavior that I criticize. Yeah, you're right about that. So I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna go attack mode anymore. I don't think that there's any value to that. It's just gonna come back to me.
Oh, instant
Well,
transmission.
I actually really appreciate the conversation, man. It's nice to hear like a more human side of you outside of like what I see on Twitter or Rumble. I actually do think this was a very valuable conversation, so I appreciate you taking. Oh! I really appreciate you taking the time to have a bit of a call with me about it.
Yeah, thanks, man. And mags, not clips.
Yeah, from now on, bro, if you're gonna be talking about guns, get the terminology right. You very much offended me with that one.
Cool. Yeah, that was a cool video. Cool video. Glad they were able to at least have a talk. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Please just let this be. Please just let this be Trunks. I implore you. I beg of you. Just let this be Trunks, please. Let this be Trunks, please. I don't give a damn about Cell. I don't care. He looks cool, but just please, just let this be Trunks, please. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Worth it. Worth it. Ah, that was so worth it. Thank you, God. Now I don't have to ever worry about this banner ever again. Oh, H21. Never have to worry about this shit ever again. I'm gonna finish off I'm gonna finish the rotation, but thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. But yeah, I'm gonna finish off this rotation. Thank God. I don't want to be greedy and ask for another Trunks, but I don't want to be greedy. I'm gonna just be grateful with my one Trunks, because that's all I really need from this banner. If all I need is one, because I can just put Z power into them right after. I don't care. I can just put Z power into. Damn, Spirit Bomb. Okay. I've been getting animations, instant transmission. Then I got my Papa come out to whoop Frieza ass, and I got Spirit Bomb. And, the animation's looking nice right now. But nah, I can just put Z power into him if I wanted to. I don't care. I do not care. We're just gonna finish off this rotation. We get the free step after this, and then I'm gonna call it. I will call it. You motherfuckers. I was about to say, if I pull Trunks and Vegeta, why are you here on this banner? Why are you here? Why are you here? Anyway. It would have been nice if that was like another Trunks and Vegeta, because I actually like that unit a lot. Alright, last up. Oh, Dragon Balls, I'm getting... What the fuck was this? What the fuck was this rotation? What in the hell was this rotation? Why? Why? What the hell was this rotation? Come on, Cell. Come on. Yeah, come on. Let's go. Oh my god. This was insane. Oh my god. This... Hey, listen, shouts out to the new format, you know? Shouts out to the new format, you know what I mean? Shouts out to the new format. Legends Mega Rising, you know what I mean? Yeah, this art is pretty sick. Bruh. I literally just talked about it too, how literally a big thing with this banner is that you can literally make a team with all three of these guys. If you wanted to. And you know what? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. So before I do anything else, I'm gonna literally just put them all on a team. I'm gonna put them all on a team, and I don't care. Now, first of all, if you wanted me to do another one, first of all, maybe you should spell it right. But second of all, hell no. Hell no. Let me see. What team do I want to play? I don't want to replace this team. I actually like this team. You know what? For now, I'll just get rid of this team. I can always do the event just, you know, with any team I want as long as Please on it. So... Whew. Man, that was great. That was great. I'm sure that'd be great if I did pull them again, but guess what? I don't want to pull them again. I'm good. I am good. I didn't even want Cell, but I got Cell. I didn't even want Cell, but I got him. But I don't care. I got what I needed, and I'm dipping out. That's what I do. I leave on a high note. You leave on the high note. That's all you need. This is literally all I need. I left on a high note. I left on a high note. This is all I needed. Let me see, this Trunks is a melee type, right? Yeah, he is melee type. And I think, isn't Cell a ranged type character? I think. Oh, no, he's melee. Okay, so they're both melee. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, I don't know why I thought this Cell was ranged for some reason. Do this for now. I spent a lot of energy. How much energy am I down now? I think I'm at like the 3,000. Yeah, about 3,000. Cool. Let me see. Do I have any I do have this 500 one that I could use. But you know what? Nah, I'll save it. I won't use it. I'll save it. I'll save it. It would give him the 4-star, but nah, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. All right, and we'll do one match with them and just call it. Ah, this is a good stream. Went better than I thought it would. It went way better than I thought. Huh. Haven't seen Fusion Warriors in a while. What I want to start off with, actually. I think what I might do, I think I might just... I think I'll start off with Trunks. Gotta look at both of the kids to get like a reminder of like what they do so I can have them refreshed in my mind. Okay. When was the last time I seen someone use this, well, that Gojira? Oh, okay. Alright, well, they disconnected. Well, fine by me. Now, I do remember with this Trunks, you do have to build up his damage and penetrate the sustained damage cut, but that's fine. God, that blue card is so cool. Blue card is so cool. Hey, what's up, Slick? And honestly, even though they did a good job with Pui Pui, F Pui Pui. Anybody worry about him. I forgot about the no switching. Well, that's gonna drop anyway. That's gonna drop anyway. These kids actually go to. I didn't say that he sucked. I'm just saying F Pui Pui. I didn't say the unit was bad. Nothing. All I said was F Pui Pui, which hey, I'll stand on it. Unit's actually pretty good, but it's still F Pui Pui to the day I die for real. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. I'm gonna do another one just to see if I can get well, first of all, a real person, but second of all, well, real person longer than 5 seconds. But also I do kind of want to pull off Cell's transformation. Because I will say his transformation is pretty good. I was just hoping that his transformation would have to do with that little that new card that was data mined a long time ago. That half ultimate, half awakened card. Because that was data mined a while ago and we still don't know who that's for. Because there were 2 things that were data mined before Legends Festival, and we still don't know what one of them is for. We found out what the Hourglass image was for, and that was for Hit's That was for his unique gauge. So we know about that. But we also don't know what that other card is for yet. And I was hoping it was for this cell, because I was literally saying how before he came out, it'd be cool if you could use that card to literally transform into Cell. Over to you. And this also draws the hell out of some cards, boy. Ow. AoE green card. I forgot this Goku had that. That's fine. Let me see something real quick. Do this. Did that because we get the nullified cover when an opponent is under half health. We can do this and do this. The fact that this is a whole animation and you can just keep on continuing with the I wonder how it looks on the other side. I wonder how it looks on the other side, for real. Pretty good, pretty good. I'm gonna swipe. Of course you have another AoE green card. Well, if you do something, I have a cover rescue with Trunks. That's fine. That did no damage anyway, because we literally healed it off. 80% health recovery. There we go. Do this. Oh. Oh, come on. Well, cover change. Let's see if I can end it off with Cell. What the hell is wrong with you? Cool. Alright, well, that's going to be it for me for tonight. And the reason why I didn't put Goku Black on the team, because I did not want to. Simple as that. But, yep. And I at least told you from the very beginning that you can make a team with the people on the banner, and that's exactly what I did. So, I'm a man that keeps my word. But, yep, either way, yeah. There's that. The stream was a huge success. And, I'm so glad that I got them, and I'm so glad that the thumbnails that I made for them are not going to go to waste. So definitely next time I hop on stream, I'm going to definitely be playing around with these guys some more. You know, figure out what kind of teams I want to put each of them on. But yeah, other than that, I appreciate all y'all for coming through, the new follows and all that good stuff. But I will see y'all next time.